Chapter 794. Consecutive Kills. Moreover, the two people he killed in succession were both at the peak of the primordial soul realm. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Taoist Northming to have such terrifying battle prowess. Was he really only at the peak of the Golden Core realm? Countless people were horrified, in awe and admiration. This battle was truly beyond my expectations. Old Monster Ding Chun and Old Monster Cloud Mist were powerful existences who had dominated the immortal spell world for thousands of years. Especially Old Monster Cloud Mist, who was a top expert at the peak of the primordial soul realm. He had a certain chance of advancing to the supreme realm. In the end, he died at the hands of Taoist Northming. Also, did you notice that during this period, sect leader Situ Wu of the Myriad Phenomenon sect tried to stop Taoist Northming, but Taoist Northming dodged. His control of power was really amazing. If he was 1,000th of a second faster or 1,000th of a second slower, he would definitely have been detected and stopped. As a result, it was precisely that nimble dodge that caused the attack to land on old freak Cloud Mist body. Ha ha ha, but you can't blame them for this. Cloud Mist and Ding Chun had impure motives for attacking Taoist Dark North this time. They wanted to kill him, and they wanted to use this opportunity to redeem themselves from Sidu Zheng's defeat. Unfortunately, they picked on the wrong person. They did not expect Taoist Northming to be so powerful. Coupled with the fact that he had a numinous treasure with him, he was already in an invincible position. Otherwise, how could he have ended up like this? However, they only have themselves to blame for all of this. If they did not have the intention to kill, I think Taoist Northming would not have dared to kill him in front of so many people and with so many experts of the Myriad Phenomenon sect surrounding him. Also, I have to say that these two people did not have a good reputation in the immortal spell world. It might not be a bad thing for them to die. That's true. Who would have thought that Taoist Northming, who was only at the peak of the Golden Core realm, would be so powerful? Even now, when I think of the elegance of that sword, I still feel my soul tremble. That speed is probably unmatched even among the Supreme Realm experts. The golden pagoda on his body was most likely the Nine Dragons Pagoda, one of the sect treasures of the ancient Dragon Palace. It just so happened that some time ago, there was news of the Dragon Palace appearing in the Endless Sea, and this Taoist Dark North was rumored to be there. And from the power that this numinous treasure had erupted, it was not difficult to see that he had already completely controlled this numinous treasure. Come to think of it, this spirit treasure has most likely already recognized its master. To be able to make a numinous treasure automatically recognize him as its master, one can imagine how outstanding his talent is. Coupled with his extremely tyrannical strength, it's really enough for him to move unhindered in the immortal spell world. I reckon that only Lemeters can do anything to him. After this battle, I think his name will be known throughout the Firmament Territory and the Star Boundary. The cultivators discussed fervently. Their voices were filled with astonishment. This was especially so for Lu Wanshu, Lu Heng, Chung Sun, and the others. When they thought of their arrogant attitude towards Yue at the Black Wind Market and in front of the Heavenly Spirit Palace, they were all horrified. They were afraid that when Ziyue came back to his senses, he would settle the score with them. Such strength, such means, and most importantly, he's only at the Golden Core realm. Once he steps into the primordial soul realm in the future, how strong will his combat strength be? Luo Hua Fairy was also shocked and revealed a look of disbelief. Fan Qingyu's face was full of pride, and she was extremely excited. Even though she did not know why Ziyue's strength was so tyrannical, when he displayed his terrifying combat strength and killed the two-peak primordial soul realm experts as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, her heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally calmed down completely. Then, her eyes revealed her deep and undisguised affection. How could his strength be so strong? And the speed of his improvement is too fast, isn't it? Taoist Qin Quan and spiritual Master De Wang of the Heavenly Spirit sect were full of shock. When they thought of the information about Lin Fan's strength that their disciples had sent to them after he had killed the Jiuju Sword King, the difference was too great. If Lin Fan had only concealed his strength then, it would be fine. But if he had really raised his combat strength to such a level in just a few months' time, it was hard for them to imagine just how frightening the other party's strength and talent were. Master, senior uncle, Situ Zheng cried out in shock, but when he looked at Bai Ziwei, his eyes revealed a clear sense of timidity. He was afraid. Previously, Ziwei's sword had already left an indelible mark in his heart. Now that he saw his master and senior uncle being killed one after another, the shock and fear immediately caused him to be frightened, and it even caused him to have an inner demon. How dare you? The leader of the Thousand Phenomena sect, the supreme class expert Situ Wu, was finally enraged. His dignified gaze fell on Ziwei, and he shouted angrily, "I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? Those who kill will be killed by others. They want to kill me, so I naturally won't sit still and do nothing. If sect leader Situ wants to take this opportunity to attack me, I won't sit still and do nothing. I'll take it. I like to see how powerful a supreme class expert is." Ziwei's gaze was indifferent, but his tone was very tough. He naturally knew that with his current strength, even if he used all his means, he would not be a match for a supreme class expert. The supreme class expert was the peak of the primordial soul realm. One more step, and he would step into the separating divinity stage, and he would be a true top expert. Now, with the help of the Kunwa Golden Pagoda, he was barely able to reach the supreme class in terms of defense and attack. But a battle between real experts involved not only defense and attack, but also speed and soul attacks. Especially when Situ Wu attacked the Mountain Master of Mount Qingxian. The terrifying power of the attack was perfectly compatible with the attack of the primordial soul realm, and it required both physical and soul defense to be at an extreme level to be able to block it. In terms of physical defense, with the help of the Kunwa Golden Pagoda and the supreme true dragon armor technique, he might be able to block it. But in terms of soul defense, his strength was still too low. Even if he raised the 9 Thunder God-destroying seal to perfection, he would not be able to block an attack from a supreme class expert. But it was not as if he did not have a trump card. This trump card was not just the time reversal and time acceleration abilities on the stats panel. Although these two abilities were heaven-defying, there was a limit to how much they could increase his battle strength. Perhaps they would be of great use to other experts of the same level, but against those who were one level higher than him, they would not be of much use. His real trump card was actually the heavenly tribulations. When I go through the heavenly tribulations at the peak of the golden elixir realm, any cultivator within a certain range of me will be considered to be going through the heavenly tribulations with me. At that time, even if Situ Wu's battle strength is shocking, he would not be able to withstand the heavenly tribulations that are comparable to the supreme class. He would be severely injured, and there might even be a risk of death. A hint of viciousness flashed across Ziwei's face. If he really encountered a life and death crisis, he would not let the other party have an easy time, even if he was not prepared enough to go through the heavenly tribulations in advance. Arrogant. Arrogant. Who do you think you are? How dare you provoke our sect leader? As soon as he said that, many experts of the Thousand Elephant sect scolded him. Situ Wu was the sect leader of the Thousand Elephant sect, one of the 10 supreme class experts in the immortal spell world, and the most respected expert of the Thousand Elephant sect. Naturally, he would not allow others to humiliate him. Although the old monster Ding Chun and the old monster Cloud Mist are unreasonable, they were also impulsive in their actions this time. However, they had previously contributed to the Thousand Elephant sect and protected my son, Situ Zheng. Now that they are dying in your hands, wouldn't it make me look incompetent if I do nothing? With that, Situ Wu paused for a moment before continuing. How about this? I won't bully you. Take a blow from me. If you can withstand it, I'll let you go. What do you think? Take a blow from you? Ziwei was stunned for a moment before he sneered. There's no need for that. If you want to fight, just do it. Why do you have to be so pretentious? Everyone knows that you're in supreme class expert, sect leader Situ. Even a peak essence spirit realm cultivator can't withstand a single blow from you. To you, what's the difference between a single blow and an all-out attack? If I can withstand it, I won't be afraid of you. If I can't, I'll probably be doomed in the end, right? Naturally, he was clear about Situ Wu's plan. If he could kill Situ Wu with a single blow, the Thousand Elephant sect would naturally be able to display the supreme authority of the sect. The reputation that they had previously lost would be restored. Even if outsiders were to talk about it, they would only say that although Ziyue was a genius, he was unlucky. Moreover, he had been too arrogant and had been killed by Situ Wu. If he could withstand the blow, his reputation would be enhanced, and he would be praised by countless cultivators. He would have the ability to fight against a supreme class expert and would be one of the top cultivators of his generation. However, the Thousand Elephant sect could also deny that it was because the sect leader of the Thousand Elephant sect did not use his full strength. At the very least, they would be able to preserve some of their reputation. It could be said that the sect leader of the Thousand Elephant sect was able to attack or retreat. That's not up to you. Situ Wu's eyes turned cold. He scoffed and immediately attacked. His figure flashed, and his speed was unbelievably fast. In an instant, he was before Ziyue and struck with his palm. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, a strange ray of light shot out like a long river and charged towards Ziyue. Oh no! Ziyue's heart skipped a beat, and his expression changed. Consume 1 million spiritual energy to use the power of time reversal for 1 second. Use. Immediately after, his vision blurred, and he had returned to a second ago. That's not up to you. At this moment, Situ Wu's voice was heard, and he was about to attack. Bai Ziyue was not surprised and turned a deaf ear to it. He quickly shifted his gaze back to his attributes panel. Consume 10 million spiritual energy to use the power of time acceleration for 1 second. Use. However, at this moment, Ziyue did not use the power of time acceleration on his natal flying sword. Instead, he used it on Ziyue's body. This time, the power of time acceleration was much more flexible than the power of time reversal. Not only could it be used on magic treasures, but it could also be used on himself, enemies, or anything else. Previously, he had used the power of time acceleration on his natal flying sword. It immediately accelerated the flow of time around the natal flying sword and increased the speed of the natal flying sword to an extreme. At this moment, when he used the power of time acceleration on himself, he instantly felt the difference. It's so slow. Everything around me has become so slow. Yes, when the power of time acceleration is used on me, it means that the flow of time around me has suddenly sped up by several times. On the other hand, other than me, the flow of time in other places has not changed. In comparison, everything around me seems to be much slower. Ziyue's consciousness wavered, and he did not dare to be careless. This was because the attack of the Lammeter powerhouse, Situ Wu, was about to arrive. When one's strength reached the Lammeter realm, one's every move was in harmony with heaven and earth and had unfathomable mysteries. Under the power of time acceleration, Ziyue originally wanted to use this special state to directly escape the attack range of the other party. However, the invisible lock made him understand. He could not escape. He could only take it head-on. Therefore, while Ziyue maintained the true dragon mystic armor technique and took out the Kunwu Golden Pagoda, his soul circulated crazily and unleashed the 9 lightning god-destroying seal. 1 seal, 2 seals, 3 seals. In a short period of time, he had unleashed a total of 9 lightning god-destroying seals. At this time, he still felt that it was not safe. He even used his innate divine ability, Daze, and shot out 3 beams of Daze light. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 9 lightning seals combined with the 3 soul disorientation lights and quickly formed a soul shield that completely enveloped his soul. Whether I live or die depends on this. Ziyue's expression was grim. At the same time, he instinctively consumed a large amount of soul energy to replenish his soul and maintain it in a perfect state. At this moment, Ziyue could be said to have used all his means. However, he had no choice. He was extremely wary of Situ Wu's material attacks and primordial spirit attacks. In terms of defense, he had the Kunwu Golden Pagoda and the True Dragon Mystic Armor technique. In addition, his physical strength was not weak either. Therefore, he had a certain level of confidence. However, he was still far from being able to defend against primordial spirit attacks. Especially when facing the primordial spirit attacks of a Lamiter, he had no confidence at all. Therefore, he could not be too careful. Unfortunately, there was not enough time. The time acceleration was also running out quickly. Otherwise, he would have to make more preparations. Boom! When Ziyue used all his means and the 1-second time acceleration ended, the Lamiter Situ Wu's attack officially landed on the Kunwu Golden Pagoda. Boom! The terrifying attack landed on the Kunwu Golden Pagoda and let out a deafening sound. The attack was too powerful and penetrating. Ziyue felt that it was even stronger than the extraterrestrial demon. Even though the Kunwu Golden Pagoda was a numinous treasure and had an extremely strong defense, it was still shaken by the attack. 20% of the attack passed through the numinous treasure's defense and landed on Ziyue's body. Chapter 795. Even if it was only 20% of the power of an extreme state expert's attack, it was still extremely terrifying. It quickly landed on Ziyue's True Dragon Profound Armor technique. Boom! The spiritual light on the True Dragon Profound Armor technique quickly dimmed. It was only after being reduced by 50% that it was able to block the attack. Ziyue was not surprised by this. Previously, he had the experience of blocking the attack of the extraterrestrial demon. Even though the extraterrestrial demon was severely injured and did not have enough control over its power, the Kunwu Golden Pagoda had blocked 90% of the extreme state attack. It was not even 20% of Situ Wu's attack. But now, he was completely different from before. The defensive power of the True Dragon's Black Armor technique was countless times stronger than the 5 Divine Emperor's Royal Robe. In comparison, he naturally understood that it would not be difficult for him to block this attack with his True Dragon's Black Armor technique. What was truly rare was that this attack also contained a primordial spirit attack. Regardless of whether it was the Kunwu Golden Pagoda or the True Dragon Profound Armor technique, they might be able to block the physical attack of this attack. However, the primordial spirit attack was not reduced in the slightest. Almost immediately, it penetrated the True Dragon Profound Armor technique's defense and directly invaded Ziyue's body. It charged towards his soul and immediately crashed into the soul shield that was formed by the combination of the 9 Thunder God-destroying seals and the 3 soul-dazing rays. ZZZ. Ziyue's soul defense shield had already reached an extremely powerful level after being strengthened by layers of layers. However, Situ Wu's primordial spirit attack was like a sharp awl. It was sharp and powerful, but it was an extreme state attack. The outcome of the collision was immediately decided. Poof! The many soul defense shields that Ziyue had prepared to use were pierced by Situ Wu's primordial spirit attack. Then, the primordial spirit attack, which had dimmed significantly due to the defensive shield, quickly surged into Ziyue's soul. Oof! Ziyue let out a muffled groan. His face instantly turned as pale as a sheet of paper. The immense pain almost caused his thoughts to stop. His eyes were blurry, and his yuan power was in disorder. Blood seemed to be flowing out of his 7 orifices. Pain! 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 It was too painful. Situ Wu's attack not only had an extremely strong destructive power, it was also able to obliterate his soul source, causing him to suffer unimaginable pain. However, Ziyue's 9 lightning God-destroying seals and 3 mind lost lights were not completely useless. In addition, his soul contained a huge amount of great soul golden silk, which was extremely effective in stabilizing and defending his soul. Thus, although his opponent's attack caused him incomparable pain, it did not harm his source energy. Ziyue's willpower was also very strong. Even if the pain was unbearable, he could still maintain his consciousness. Quick, kill him while he's down. As long as he is dead, the spiritual treasure will be ours. Right at this moment, a sinister voice suddenly sounded out. That's right, numinous treasure. Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators immediately came to a realization. Ziyue had a numinous treasure on him. If he was at his peak, almost no one would dare to act rashly when Ziyue had the battle record of killing 2 powerhouses at the peak of the primordial soul realm consecutively. However, at this moment, everyone could tell that Sito Wu's attack had already severely injured Ziyue. Thinking about it, how terrifying was the attack of an ultimate realm powerhouse? Even a powerhouse at the peak of the primordial soul realm would definitely die if he was hit. There was no other outcome. Ziyue did not die directly and was only severely injured. That was the credit of the numinous treasure. However, if he was severely injured, how much combat strength did he have left? Furthermore, he had attacked repeatedly previously, and his Jindan essence was probably exhausted. If he did not attack now, when would he attack? As for the ultimate realm powerhouse, Sito Wu, he definitely had to be mindful of his reputation. Sito Wu had already said that he would not attack again after the first attack. If he did not want to be despised by the world, he would not attack now. And this was their chance. The chance to kill Ziyue and obtain the numinous treasure. It was the numinous treasure. Just thinking about it made all the cultivators' hearts burn with passion. In an instant, countless cultivators heard the news and moved. Among them were many cultivators from Xin Mountain, 9-Star Dao Palace, 100,000 Mountains, and the demonic Dao who had secretly attacked previously. They did not completely escape. After confirming that it was safe, they waited for an opportunity to return. This time, it was actually these cultivators who were secretly stirring up trouble and leading the crowd of cultivators to charge towards Ziyue. The leaders were Xin Mountain's Daoist Hidden Death and 9-Star Dao Palace's Zhao Guangming. Naturally, Daoist Wugu and Matriarch Poison, which were also among them. Kill him. The numinous treasure is right in front of us. The crowd of cultivators shouted in unison, and their murderous aura filled the Black Wind Canyon. At least 7 or 8 primordial soul realm cultivators and dozens of golden elixir realm cultivators charged together. Led by them, several primordial soul realm cultivators and close to 100 golden elixir realm cultivators charged together. At this moment, in the eyes of these people, Ziyue was like a peerless demon that everyone wanted to kill. Of course, there were also those who were sober and did not participate. Instead, they quickly retreated. No, when Fan Qingyu saw this, her face turned pale, and she quickly rushed forward to help. Do you have a death wish? Luohua Fairy hurriedly pulled her back. At the same time, a complicated look of pity appeared in her eyes. She did not expect things to turn out this way. Even she was in awe of Ziyue's talent and strength. But in the end, he was going to die here. Master, please save him. Fan Qingyu's face was covered in tears as she said in a panic, I want to save him, but at this time, even the Supreme Realm cultivators can't do anything, let alone me. Luohua Fairy looked at the countless cultivators charging towards Ziyue and sighed regretfully. When the others heard this, they were also silent, but they did not hesitate to leave the battlefield. This battle was obviously unavoidable. If they did not want to be affected or encounter danger, leaving the battlefield was the best choice. Want to kill me? You are not enough. When Ziyue saw this, he laughed coldly and shouted, Everyone, I will give you a great opportunity. As he spoke, he did not hesitate to control his soul to rush out of the amethyst golden elixir in his body. Facing the sect leader of the Wanxiang sect, the Supreme Realm cultivator Sito Wu, he naturally had a trump card. This was also the reason why he dared to be so aggressive before. His trump card was the out-of-body soul to trigger the heavenly tribulation. When the heavenly tribulation descended, any cultivator within a certain range of him would be considered as going through the heavenly tribulation together with him and would be baptized by it. Moreover, the heavenly tribulation was not based on Ziyue's body, but on everyone's strength. The stronger one was, the stronger the heavenly tribulation would be. Therefore, even if he knew that his strength was far inferior to the Supreme Realm cultivator Sito Wu, he was not afraid at all. because the heavenly tribulation that was triggered by his tribulation would definitely cause him serious injuries. Of course, unless it was necessary, he did not want to trigger the heavenly tribulation in advance. This was because it was a double-edged sword. When the heavenly tribulation descended, it was also very risky for him, especially when he was unprepared. He was not confident at all. However, Sitowu's attack was too powerful. It was just one attack, and he had to use all his strength to barely block it. If Sitowu continued to attack, he would definitely die. As for the one attack that Sitowu mentioned, he did not believe it at all. Therefore, when his soul was in pain, he had already decided to trigger the heavenly tribulation and drag Sitowu into the heavenly tribulation together. As for the many powerful cultivators that came after him, he was actually quite surprised. However, he did not care. To him, who had already decided to go through the heavenly tribulation, there was no difference at all. Moreover, since these people wanted to kill him and wanted to kill him, he had no qualms about killing them and dragging them through the heavenly tribulation together. Everyone, I will give you a great opportunity. Ziyue laughed loudly as his soul was completely exposed to the air. This unique soul belonged to a cultivator at the peak of the golden elixir realm. It was powerful and vast, and it even emitted a unique energy. This energy was innately rejected by the heavens and earth. Therefore, the heavens and earth immediately reacted to it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the void, the wind and clouds changed. The dark clouds that had just dispersed immediately surged again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The entire heavens and earth within a radius of a few hundred kilometers were instantly covered by endless dark clouds. The terrifying power of lightning gathered and raged. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A loud sound was heard as the air was torn apart. Endless lightning began to brew, forming a huge pool of lightning that spanned over 100 kilometers. Heavenly tribulation. This is the heavenly tribulation? Taoist Northming is going to undergo the heavenly tribulation. He's undergoing the heavenly tribulation now. Damn, is he crazy? Crazy? He's not crazy. He's extremely smart. If he were to undergo tribulation now, the cultivators who were charging at him would all suffer and be killed by him. It's already not bad if 1 in 10 can escape from the heavenly tribulation. Hiss. Ruthless. Too ruthless. There are more than 10 primordial spirit realm cultivators and more than 100 golden elixir realm cultivators in this batch. Moreover, even the supreme realm cultivator Sitowu is still within the range of the heavenly tribulation. Ruthless? He's just trying to protect himself. If he did not have a trump card of undergoing the heavenly tribulation, he would not be able to escape death even if he had the strength of the supreme realm. However, it was hard to say now. This was because the heavenly tribulation was already extremely powerful. Since he had dragged so many cultivators into the heavenly tribulation this time, it would definitely cause an unimaginable change. Perhaps the power of the heavenly tribulation would be much stronger than he had originally imagined. Of course, this was already the best outcome for him. At least he now had a chance of survival. If he succeeds in overcoming the heavenly tribulation, based on the combat strength that he had displayed previously, no one in the celestial spell world would be able to do anything to him. Everyone was stunned. There was a lot of discussion. This battle had already affected the hearts of countless people, and the fact that the Supreme Realm Cultivator had made a move made them even more excited and shocked. They were already extremely surprised that Ziyue could block the other party's attack. Many people did not expect that countless cultivators would attack him because of Ziyue's numinous treasure. They were almost certain that he would definitely die. In the end, they did not expect that Ziyue actually had a trump card and was even preparing counterattack. Moreover, this counterattack was too ruthless and ruthless. It was not only beyond everyone's expectations, but also made countless people feel horrified. It was the heavenly tribulation. Not to mention the golden elixir realm cultivators who had not undergone the heavenly tribulation Even the primordial spirit realm cultivators who had undergone the baptism of the heavenly tribulation panicked and were extremely terrified at this moment. It was precisely because they had experienced the heavenly tribulation that they were even more aware of the terror of the heavenly tribulation. It was a supreme will that the entire world was fighting against him, and it wanted to obliterate him. Moreover, the heavenly tribulation completely ignored one's strength and was only related to the strength of one's primordial spirit. The stronger one's primordial spirit was, the more terrifying the heavenly tribulation would be. They had been able to transcend the heavenly tribulation previously, but it did not mean that they still had the ability to do so now. Countless people cursed angrily and fled into the distance at an even faster speed, hoping to escape the range of the heavenly tribulation. However, it was useless. Heaven and earth had already sensed when Ziyue's soul rushed out. Those people who were around Ziyue were destined to not be able to escape this calamity. It's coming. Ziyue calmed down and turned a deaf ear to the curses of the people around him. He suddenly raised his hand. Boom! A 10,000-foot-long sea of lightning descended from the sky. Endless lightning and purple light completely drowned the world. It was no longer a single bolt of lightning, but a sea of lightning. Nothing existed anymore. The surrounding heaven and earth were completely submerged by the lightning. It was dazzling to the eye. Even standing far away, one could feel the destructive power. It was a power that could crush all things in the world, all matter that existed, into powder. Needless to say, there was no need to mention the person undergoing the tribulation. Amidst the purple light, the air trembled with fear. Even from many miles away, one could feel the suffocating and despairing aura, causing one to tremble. There were no accidents at all. Soon, someone suffered a calamity. He let out a heart-wrenching scream and turned into ashes, forever disappearing without a trace. Kid, you're too ruthless. The Great Tribulation is coming. Any cultivator is a precious resource. You actually dragged so many people in to be killed. You will be a sinner in the immortal spell world. Situ Wu roared. He also had to face the heavenly tribulation. His hands formed a huge elephant-shaped shadow and blocked the first heavenly tribulation. However, not everyone had such strength, especially many Golden Core realm cultivators. Their realm was insufficient and their methods were insufficient. They could not block the devastation of the heavenly tribulation. Even the first heavenly tribulation had reached their limit. No! Screams rang out one after another. Many people were screaming in panic. This was only the first heavenly tribulation. There were at least 9 more. How many people could survive it? Before making a move, no one would have thought that Ziyue would use such a method. Chapter 796. Even if a Golden Core realm cultivator had the trump card of transcending the tribulation, it could only be triggered after breaking all the shackles of the Golden Core. Who would have thought that Ziyue happened to be the kind of person who had broken the shackles of the Golden Core, but did not transcend the tribulation and waited until now? Everyone wanted to skin Bai Ziyue alive. To think that Bai Ziyue could even think of such a ruthless move. No matter how much they thought of it, no one would have thought of it. That was because transcending the tribulation was really dangerous. Even if there was only one more person, there would be countless unforeseen circumstances and the power of the tribulation would increase. But now, there was more than one person transcending the tribulation. With more than 100 cultivators transcending the tribulation together, the power of the tribulation would increase by more than a little. The tribulation clouds in the void were hundreds of kilometers wide, almost covering the entire sky. Under the cover of the sky and the sun, the world became pitch black. Only when the thunderclouds were brewing and thunder and lightning were raging would there be endless flashes of lightning, illuminating the entire world and causing a stinging pain in people's eyes. Those who kill will always be killed. This is the unchanging truth since ancient times. Ziyue's expression did not change as he stood in the Kunwu Golden Pagoda. However, the heavenly tribulation was a heavenly tribulation that belonged to Ziyue alone. Even if he hid in the numinous treasure, it was meaningless. The numinous treasure was not his natal Dharma treasure. Although it recognized him as its master, it did not truly belong to him. Therefore, boom, the void was pierced, and an extremely thick heavenly tribulation followed a void passage and entered the Kunwu Golden Pagoda without any damage. Then, it violently blasted towards Ziyue. Come on, let me see how powerful the real heavenly tribulation is. Ziyue was not afraid. The first heavenly tribulation was nothing to him. He even let go of the true dragon profound armor technique and relied solely on his physical body to withstand the attack. Sizzle, thunder rumbled, and the violent and destructive power of lightning raged on his body. However, Ziyue's hair curled up slightly, and his body did not suffer much damage. He had completely withstood the first heavenly tribulation. After passing the first lightning tribulation, Ziyue immediately noticed the difference. After the heavenly tribulation, an enormous, rich, and special power rapidly flowed through his body membrane, his exterior, and into his body. It even poured into his soul. This is the pure yang energy after the lightning tribulation's baptism. Other than the pure yang energy, there's also a rich life force that can create new life. Ziyue instantly came to his senses and hurriedly guided the pure yang energy into his soul. As for the new life force of creation, he allowed it to circulate within his body. Tribulation transcendence was dangerous and terrifying. However, there were 50 great Daos and 49 heavenly evolutions. Even though the heavens were heartless, there was still a chance for survival. There is also a chance for survival in the destruction of the heavenly tribulation. Sizzle. As the pure yang energy entered Ziyue's soul, it was like water and milk, fusing into one without any hindrance. When he tried to sense it again, he could clearly sense that the pure yin qi in his soul had fused with the pure yang qi, forming a unique combination of yin and yang. Primordial spirit. This was the unique aura of a primordial soul realm expert. Even though it was still very weak and only took up less than 1/10 of his entire soul, there was already a fundamental difference. Once my soul has been completely transformed by the pure yang energy, it will be time for my soul to completely transform into a primordial soul. Ziyue's mind was clear, and he was a little excited. This was because during the transformation process, he could feel that his soul was becoming stronger. It was no longer like before when his soul was complete and could not be improved. He could only continuously accumulate power and transform it into the great soul golden thread. Now, it was as if he had broken some kind of shackle and could become stronger again. Next, his perception fell into his body. The power of creation and rebirth flowed through his body, constantly repairing the particles of his physical body that were slightly damaged due to the tribulation. Moreover, this power of life seemed to be able to penetrate deep into the particles of his physical body, nourishing and strengthening them. It was as if it was undergoing some sort of transformation, causing his physical body to emit a light and a faint fragrance to be emitted from it. Transformation of the body's constitution, or is it purely a kind of enhancement? Ziyue could not help but be puzzled. However, he could feel that his physical strength, which had been enhanced to the extreme by the true dragon mysterious armor technique, had begun to improve again. While Ziyue was beginning to comprehend the changes after the first tribulation lightning, the thunderclouds in the void were constantly rolling and raging. Soon, the second tribulation lightning struck. Rumble. The 10,000 Zhonglong thunderstorm was a vast expanse of red, divided into hundreds and thousands of thunderbolts. The smaller ones were only as thick as an arm, while the larger ones were like giant pillars that supported the sky. Looking from afar, all the thunderbolts were densely packed together, as if they had joined together to form a huge thunderbolt that was as big as a mountain. Boom! It instantly drowned the world. It caused the giant peaks and mountain ranges to be filled with purple light. Every inch of space was filled with tribulation lightning, and it was extremely terrifying. It also caused the entire mountain range to collapse and turn into dust. I don't want to die. Screams could be heard from time to time. Taoist Northming. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Ah, shrill cries echoed in the void through the sea of lightning. Such a shocking heavenly tribulation was a disaster for anyone. Not to mention, many of them were Golden Core Realm cultivators. They did not have enough accumulation, and their resistance to the heavenly tribulation was even weaker. They could withstand the first tribulation lightning, but facing the consecutive tribulation lightning after that, there's almost no possibility of resisting, and they would definitely die. Therefore, many people cried and cursed crazily. All kinds of unpleasant words echoed in the void. That was the echo of despair, the release of endless resentment. However, in the face of the heavenly tribulation, everything would end. Ziyue's expression did not change, and he turned a deaf ear to it. Dragging everyone into the tribulation lightning was indeed a ruthless move that could definitely kill most of them. However, he had no other choice. The threat of an extreme realm cultivator could make almost any cultivator tremble in fear. He had no choice but to think of this move to protect himself. As for these cultivators, they were blinded by greed or dragged in by powerful cultivators. They only had themselves to blame and could not blame anyone else. Originally, he only wanted to kill Shinto Wu. Since these people wanted to follow him and kill him, he naturally would not be courteous and would also bury them along with him. Boom! The heavenly tribulation lightning continued to fall. Ziyue's expression did not change, and he only relied on his physical body to withstand it. He realized that completely relying on his physical body to withstand the heavenly tribulation lightning was the most beneficial for him. Although the destructive power of the heavenly tribulation lightning was a great threat to his physical body and soul, the heavenly tribulation lightning's pure yang qi and creation qi would give him greater benefits. After his physical body was tempered by the heavenly tribulation lightning, he could break through the shackles of the true dragon armor technique and advance further. Perhaps the physical body of a sage was just an unattainable dream. However, it was not impossible for the physical body to evolve into a divine ability, be reborn, and evolve into a space. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous heavenly tribulation lightning struck, causing the void to tremble. The ground caved in a few hundred feet due to the destructive power of the heavenly tribulation lightning, revealing endless lava. It's the sixth heavenly tribulation lightning. Even if I use my physical body to withstand such a powerful heavenly tribulation lightning, I won't be able to withstand it. Bai Ziyue's entire body was char-black. The intense pain made his heart tremble. The aroma of roasted meat made his face twitch. He knew that he had to use his natal Dharma treasure, and defensive means next. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand it. At this moment, more than half of the surrounding cultivators had already died. Other than one or two Golden Core cultivators who were still resisting, the rest were all powerhouses above the primordial soul realm. However, most of them were very miserable and seemed to be unable to withstand the next heavenly tribulation. The one who was in the best state was probably Shinto Wu, an extreme state powerhouse. With a defensive means, he blocked almost all the heavenly tribulation lightning and was almost unharmed. However, from the solemn expression on his face, he was definitely not as relaxed as he thought. If he did not form the avatar stage, he would always be shackled by the great Tao of heaven and earth. Although Shinto Wu was an extreme state powerhouse, he had not completely torn the heavens and earth apart and transcended the entire astral realm. Being targeted by the heavenly tribulation, he was naturally in great trouble. In particular, the strength of his heavenly tribulation was the strongest among all the cultivators and was much stronger than Ziyue's. The heavenly tribulation lightning struck him one after another, causing him to consume a lot of energy. Boom! The terrifying heavenly tribulation seemed to be endless as it struck continuously, scorching the heavens and earth and melting the ice and snow. There was not a single inch of land that was intact. "You're so ruthless," an early-stage primordial spirit realm cultivator yelled. He seemed to be filled with endless anger as his entire body was shrouded in electric radiance. While he resisted fiercely, he still managed to get close to Bai Ziyue and unleashed an attack that landed on Bai Ziyue's Kunwa Golden Pagoda. Obviously, he knew that he could not make it through, and he hated Ziyue to the extreme. Therefore, he used up all his energy and risked his life to effect Ziyue's heavenly tribulation. I was just trying to protect myself. You only have yourself to blame for this. Since you're in so much pain, I'll send you on your way first. Ziyue sneered. Even an extreme state powerhouse would find it difficult to break through the defense of the Kunwa Golden Pagoda, let alone an early primordial soul realm cultivator like him. With 90% of the power neutralized, he could easily resist the remaining power. Then, he waved his hand and a black silk thread flashed and rushed out. It was a perfect grand mystique, the great primordial magnet slash. Chi! In an instant, it charged out of the Kunwa Golden Pagoda and arrived in front of the early-stage primordial spirit realm cultivator. It pierced through his defensive means and sliced his physical body into two. At this point, he was still alive. His primordial soul had left his body in time and escaped the terrifying power of destruction. But don't forget that he was in the middle of the thunder tribulation. Endless thunder and lightning struck his primordial spirit. Naturally, some thunder and lightning also struck his physical body. Chi, chi, chi. In an instant, his flesh and blood were charred black and completely destroyed. His primordial soul was struck by the heavenly tribulation and disintegrated layer by layer. It quickly melted and turned into ashes. Perhaps if he were to rely on his physical body to resist, with his primordial spirit within his body, he would still be able to barely resist and survive this lightning tribulation. However, with his primordial spirit outside his body, without any protection, his defensive power was naturally far inferior to when he was supported by various means. Quick, all of you attack him. He's the center of the heavenly tribulation. Only when he's dead will the heavenly tribulation in the sky dissipate, and we can survive. However, the early primordial soul realm cultivator's attack had finally awakened the surrounding cultivators. In particular, the demonic Dao cultivators had dense dark yin qi on their bodies and were naturally restrained by the heavenly tribulation. Even if they were of a high cultivation level and powerful, they could not withstand it. Therefore, they hated Ziyue even more. Now that they had awakened, they did not hesitate at all and attacked Ziyue one after another. His spiritual treasure's defense is too strong. Quickly, use your primordial soul attack. The hidden death Taoist from Mount Qingxian roared, and a pale green light rushed towards Ziyue. When the others heard this, they immediately attacked without hesitation. At this moment, it was a moment of life and death. If Ziyue died, the heavenly tribulation would stop, and they would be out of danger. However, if Ziyue was still alive, the heavenly tribulation would continue to strike. Even if some of them could successfully survive, most of them would definitely not be able to escape death. Oomph. Ziyue snorted and his eyes emitted a cold light. If it was before, he would be a little worried. This was because compared to other aspects, his soul defense was indeed a big weakness. Even if he had improved the 9 Thunder God-destroying seal to perfection, he could not do anything in the face of Sidu Wu's attack. At this moment, he thought of the attack that he had suffered previously and his heart trembled. However, it was completely different now. This was because his soul had really gone through a metamorphosis. After the heavenly tribulation struck, his soul had been sucked in by the pure yang power of the thunder. Now more than half of his soul had been transformed and was slowly transforming in the direction of the primordial soul. Even though it had not completely transformed, it had strengthened his soul by more than a few times. Naturally, the number of soul defense techniques that he could use was also greatly increased. He quickly used time acceleration and the 9 Thunder God-destroying seals, Thunderlight. At the same time, he also used his gifted superpower, Dazed Light. Another 9 God-slaying Thunder Seals and 3 God-absent-minded Rays combined to form a perfect soul defense technique. Swoosh, 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 streaks of soul attacks rushed over and hit the soul defense shield, causing Ziyue's soul to tremble. However, The defense shield that he had cast was not completely destroyed. Seeing this, Ziyue did not completely let down his guard. Instead, he looked carefully in the direction of the Wanxiang sect leader, Sito Wu. Although he was wary of the other cultivators' attacks, he was not too concerned. The only thing that made him feel like he was facing a great enemy was the attack from the extreme realm expert, Sito Wu. Sito Wu's primordial soul attack was mysterious. Even now, when he thought of it, he felt a headache. Chapter 797. That kind of power and penetrative power was simply unstoppable. However, what surprised him was that even though everyone else attacked and used all sorts of methods, Sito Wu did not move at all. He remained in the outer region of the heavenly tribulation and withstood the heavenly tribulation alone. Vaguely, there was an inexplicable aura surging like that of an immortal. Seeing this, Ziyue relaxed and then looked fiercely at the other cultivators. With a thought, he used 1,000 miles in an instant and rushed in front of one of them. This person was the Demon Dao cultivator who had shouted and wanted to attack him, Daoist Blood Mosquito. He stretched out his hand, and the lightning seal flashed and disappeared. It was him who had used another 9 lightning, God-destroying seal. Daoist Blood Mosquito's expression changed drastically. He was already in a miserable state from the heavenly tribulation and did not expect Ziyue to be so fast and attack so quickly. When the God-destroying lightning seal entered his body, that special primordial spirit attack with a trace of thunder attribute seemed to be able to destroy everything. It broke through his primordial spirit defense almost instantly and turned his primordial spirit into ashes. Boom! Then, a bolt of heavenly tribulation descended and blasted him apart. His bones flew everywhere. He was dead. Daoist Blood Mosquito died so quickly? Many primordial spirit cultivators exclaimed. They were aware of Daoist Blood Mosquito's strength. Even if there was the threat of the heavenly tribulation, it would not be a problem for him to withstand 1 or 2 bolts of heavenly tribulation. In the end, he was killed by Ziyue's finger. One could imagine how terrifying that attack was. After killing Daoist Blood Mosquito, Ziyue did not stop. In a flash, he arrived beside another cultivator. This cultivator was Daoist Hidden Death, who had said that he wanted to attack Ziyue with his primordial spirit. His opponent's judgment was right. To a certain extent, primordial spirit attacks were his weakness and put him under great pressure. If the Thousand Phenomenon sect master, Sito Wu, joined the attack just now, it would definitely be difficult for him to survive. He would definitely be in the most dangerous moment. Fortunately, for some reason, Sito Wu did not attack. Otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable. However, it was also because of this that Ziyue chose to attack Daoist Hidden Death as his second target. A flying sword pierced through the void in a flash and arrived in front of him, stabbing him viciously. Chi! A special ripple flashed, and Daoist Hidden Death's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly fused into the void in an attempt to dodge. However, Ziyue's supreme Dermic Heartsword technique was unparalleled in speed, even without the support of time acceleration. Its power was even more terrifying, reaching the pinnacle of the primordial spirit realm. Even though his speed was extremely fast, he was still pierced by the flying sword. He was blasted out of the void. However, Daoist Hidden Death was indeed worthy of being one of the top 3 killers in Mount Qingxian. His methods were strange and powerful. Even if he was blasted out of the void by Ziyue, his entire body was pierced by the flying sword. However, he still managed to evade the attack by transforming his body into a bloody mist. What a powerful and terrifying attack. It's much stronger than old freak Ding Chen's palm strike. If I hadn't cast the blood mist incarnation in time, I would have been in deep trouble. Daoist Hidden Death felt a chill in his heart. The killing power contained in the other party's sword was too strong. Even if he cast the blood mist incarnation, he could only barely resist it. If there were 2 more strikes, he would definitely die. Even so, he was severely injured at this moment. His face was pale, and his chi and blood were thin. Even his primordial spirit was weak. Can you dodge it? Zue snorted coldly and directly activated the Kunwu Golden Pagoda while enduring the Thunder Tribulation. Boom! The Kunwu Golden Pagoda unleashed a ferocious attack and blasted Daoist Hidden Death's body. It was comparable to an attack from an expert of the Supreme Realm. It was like a huge star hammer smashing down. With just a slight movement, the void collapsed and a large black hole appeared. It crushed Daoist Hidden Death body and instantly destroyed his defense and flesh particles. Even though he had cast the Blood Mist incarnation and split his body into blood mist particles, his life-saving ability was extremely strong. However, not only did this attack cover an extremely wide area, the strength of the attack was also extremely terrifying. It completely annihilated every single blood mist particle in his body, and also completely killed him. Daoist Hidden Death is dead too. The surrounding people were terrified. What a monster! Countless people cried out miserably as they watched Zue walk in the heavenly tribulation lightning as if he was invincible. He was unharmed, but he continued to kill his enemies. They were all in despair. Does the heavenly tribulation not work on him? It's already so difficult for us essence soul realm cultivators to resist it. As the main person undergoing the tribulation transcendence, he's even more targeted. However, he doesn't seem to be afraid at all. He's still so arrogant and keeps killing. Such a monster should be struck by lightning. He shouldn't exist in this world. Many people were cursing and roaring crazily. Just thinking about how monstrous by Zue was made them feel incomparably terrified. Now that they were in the middle of the heavenly tribulation, their fear was magnified and their hearts were cold. The ninth wave, the 9 by 9 heavenly tribulation is here. In fact, Zue wasn't as relaxed as they thought. He could withstand the 9 by 9 heavenly tribulation with his physical strength. However, from the 7th wave onwards, the power of the heavenly tribulation increased by a level. He could only withstand it with the help of his supreme defensive technique, the true dragon mysterious armor technique. However, he was actually surrounded and attacked by others while he was undergoing the heavenly tribulation. Although most of the attacks were blocked by the Kunwu Golden Pagoda, he found it difficult to maintain the remaining attacks. The Jindan essence in his body was greatly depleted. If not for the fact that he was constantly using his soul power to maintain it, it would be difficult for him to withstand it. Boom, boom, boom. 9 consecutive bolts of tribulation lightning, which were like pillars that supported the heavens, struck down. Even the void seemed to be torn apart as they passed through the Kunwu Golden Pagoda and blasted towards by Zue. Bam, bam, bam. Bolts of heavenly tribulation lightning landed on the defensive armor of the true dragon mysterious armor technique. The armor dimmed and banged. However, Zue didn't really use the true dragon mysterious armor technique to block all the power of the heavenly tribulation lightning. Instead, he purposely left a slit and guided the power of the heavenly tribulation lightning towards himself. The power of the heavenly tribulation lightning followed the slit and landed on his natal flying sword, the northern underworld, making sizzling sounds. Only then would the remaining power truly land on his body and invade it. The heavenly tribulation contained endless destruction, but it also contained great fortune. Zue discovered this point, so he took out the northern underworld flying sword and let it float above his head to undergo the heavenly tribulation together. With the help of the tempering of the heavenly tribulation, he could clearly feel that his flying sword was becoming stronger. On his body, under the suction force of the heavenly tribulation, there were some marks that seemed like the laws of heaven and earth. Even the wisp of spirituality in the northern underworld flying sword was strengthened a lot and became more lively and excited with the baptism of the heavenly tribulation lightning. Zue estimated that with a few more fortunes, his northern underworld flying sword spirituality would increase greatly, and it would be officially promoted to a spiritual treasure. Spiritual treasures were beyond the level of primordial spirit treasures. Even if the body was still a little lacking, It could make up for its shortcomings in a short time, and its power would be greatly increased. Naturally, Ziyue's strength would also be greatly improved. The remaining power of the heavenly tribulation lightning fell on Ziyue's body, although it made his body feel limp and numb all the time. It just happened that his physical body could undergo the baptism of the heavenly tribulation and undergo a deep transformation and improvement. It was killing two birds with one stone. It was also a kind of fortune. Phew, I finally passed it. The power of the 99 heavenly tribulations that I've undergone is indeed much stronger than I imagined. Compared to Situ Zheng's heavenly tribulation, the 79 heavenly tribulations are comparable to his 99 heavenly tribulations. The 89 heavenly tribulations are comparable to his great tribulations of life and death. As for the 99 heavenly tribulations, they are comparable to the combined power of the heavenly tribulations that he has undergone. Ziyue heaved a long sigh of relief, but a trace of seriousness flashed across his eyes. He knew that the more powerful the heavenly tribulations were, the greater the rewards and benefits that he would receive after he had passed them. The increase in his strength would also be more obvious. For example, Situ Zheng's heavenly tribulations were terrifying, so when he broke through to the primordial spirit realm, his strength increased tremendously. Although he had just entered the primordial spirit realm, his combat strength was already comparable to some of the older cultivators in the middle stage of the primordial spirit realm. Ziyue's heavenly tribulations were even more powerful than Situ Zheng's. He also believed that the rewards and benefits that he would receive would be far greater than Situ Zheng's. His strength would also increase tremendously because of this. However, the heavenly tribulations represented destruction after all. It was a kind of annihilation and test that heaven and earth gave to those who were too powerful. Even though he had passed through the 99 major heavenly tribulations, it did not mean that he was safe. This was because there was still the great tribulations of life and death remaining. After the great tribulations of life and death, he might even have to face an even more powerful heavenly tribulations. He was not confident. He has already passed the 99 major heavenly tribulations. With Taoist North Ming's strength and potential, he will definitely face the 10th great tribulations of life and death. I just don't know if he will be able to pass them safely. Taoist North Ming is truly amazing. His talent, strength, and potential are all unparalleled in his generation. He can be called a monster. With the strength and potential that he has displayed, it should not be a problem for him to pass the 10th great tribulations of life and death. However, I don't know if you have noticed that the power of his heavenly tribulations is much greater than Situ Wu's. In addition, he is not like Situ Wu, who has the support of the myriad sect and many treasures to help him resist the great tribulations. Therefore, it is uncertain whether he will be able to pass them safely. However, it does not matter whether he can pass the heavenly tribulations or not. The reputation of Taoist Dark North will definitely be spread throughout the entire immortal Tao world as a result of this incident. That's right. Putting everything else aside, he has killed many powerhouses this time. There are even 7 or 8 primordial soul realm cultivators, not to mention the numerous golden core realm cultivators. Now look, there are only 4 cultivators who haven't died. Outside the lightning tribulations, countless cultivators were discussing animatedly. They were all focused on the group of people who were undergoing the tribulations. Among them, the most eye-catching was naturally Ziyue. He had withstood the heavenly tribulations and killed more than 100 powerhouses in one go. This truly shocked countless people. Apart from him, there were 5 other cultivators who had also passed the 99 major heavenly tribulations. The first of them was naturally the myriad sect's sect master, the supreme realm powerhouse Situ Wu. His methods were indeed brilliant and powerful. He was also the one who had it the easiest out of all the powerhouses. Facing the lightning tribulations that constantly fell, he remained calm throughout. He was indeed worthy of his reputation as a supreme realm powerhouse. Countless people also predicted that if Ziyue really succeeded in passing the tribulations, he would definitely be one of the few who would be able to pass them safely. Next was Zhao Guangming from the 9-star Taoist palace. Zhao Guangming was also at the pinnacle of the primordial soul realm. His starlight Dao technique was mysterious and unpredictable. In addition, his natal magic treasure was a star-gathering bottle, which had a strong absorption effect against the lightning tribulations. The third was a cultivator from Mount Qingxian called Taoist Buchan. His immortal spell realm was slightly lower, at the mid-stage of the primordial soul realm. However, the heavenly tribulations were judged by the strength of one's primordial soul. Although his immortal spell realm was much lower than Sito Wu's and Zhao Guangming's, the lightning tribulations were relatively weaker. This was why he could withstand it. However, his current state was extremely miserable. His body was charred black and faintly charred. If he did not have any other means to protect himself, it would be extremely difficult for him to withstand the next lightning tribulations. What surprised everyone the most was actually the fourth cultivator, the itinerant cultivator, Jiang Taixian. His immortal spell realm was the lowest among everyone, even lower than Ziyue's. He was at the late stage of the golden elixir realm. However, he managed to withstand the 9 lightning tribulations and did not completely perish. Countless people were shocked. They did not expect that even many primordial soul realm cultivators could not withstand the first 9 lightning tribulations. However, he, a cultivator at the late stage of the golden elixir realm, could withstand it until now. Even though his lightning tribulations were the lowest among everyone because of his strength, there was no doubt that he was not considered weak in the same realm. Even with the strength that he displayed, he was actually only one step away from being crowned as a golden elixir realm cultivator. Help! Elder North Sea, I actually did not want to do anything. I was forced. Taoist Wugu, Matriarch 5 Poisons, and Taoist Blood Mosquito have surrounded me and a dozen other golden elixir realm cultivators. Please help me withstand the heavenly tribulations. Otherwise, I will die. I will really die. I don't want to die. Just as everyone was surprised by Jiang Taishuan's strange behavior, he was crying for his parents. While he was explaining himself, he was also frantically begging for help. Save you? Ziyue glanced at him. In the void, the heavenly tribulations were still brewing. There was indeed a certain amount of time between the 9 great heavenly tribulations and the life and death tribulations. It was also a rare time for those who were undergoing the tribulations to take a breather. Regardless of whether it was Situ Wu, Zhao Guangming, or Old Taoist Buchan, they all took this opportunity to frantically swallow spirit pills and recuperate. Chapter 798. The power of the heavenly tribulation was so terrifying that no one dared to underestimate it. Even though Situ Wu and the others had already survived the heavenly tribulation and their souls had undergone the baptism of the heavenly tribulation and transformed into primordial spirits, they still dared not underestimate the heavenly tribulation. Not to mention, the heavenly tribulation that Ziyue triggered was so powerful that it surpassed countless cultivators of the same level. This was also why so many primordial spirit cultivators could not withstand it and were struck to death. Therefore, even though Zhao Guangming and Old Taoist Buchan wanted nothing more than to strike Ziyue alive and kill him to end the heavenly tribulation, they did not dare to act rashly. They could only try their best to recover their strength and hope that they could survive the last wave of the heavenly tribulation. Yes. In this world, only Senior can save me. Jiang Taixian nodded hurriedly. His teary eyes were sincere as he said, "The heavenly tribulation is locked in by the heavens and earth. Other than the cultivator who is going through the heavenly tribulation, no one else can help him. Therefore, even if there are supreme realm cultivators among the elders of the sect, or even powerful cultivators of the immortal Tao, it is impossible for them to help the younger disciples safely pass through the heavenly tribulation. However, if an outsider accidentally falls into the range of the heavenly tribulation due to a moment of carelessness, The cultivator who is going through the heavenly tribulation can help and protect the cultivator. Oh, Zuf frowned. He was aware of this. In the countless years of the immortal Tao world, the heavenly tribulation was a hurdle that every cultivator who wanted to become a primordial spirit cultivator had to face. Some of the rules of the heavenly tribulation were gradually figured out as time passed. For cultivators who accidentally stepped into the heavenly tribulation area and were thus triggered to undergo the heavenly tribulation together, other than bearing the burden themselves, only the cultivator who was really going through the heavenly tribulation could help them withstand the heavenly tribulation. But why should I help you? Ziyue glanced at him indifferently and said calmly, I am willing to be your slave and be loyal to you forever. I can even help you with some small matters that are within my power. Moreover, when I condensed my golden core, it was a first-grade golden core. In the immortal Tao world, I can be considered a genius. Furthermore, I was able to survive the 9 major heavenly tribulations and have an 80% chance of breaking through to the primordial spirit realm in the future. If you save me, it would be equivalent to gaining a future primordial soul realm cultivator who is absolutely loyal to you. It's definitely not a loss. Besides, Jiang Taixian was taken aback. He hurriedly began to praise himself. In fact, he had no confidence in the upcoming lightning tribulation. Being able to pass through the 9 major heavenly tribulations was already the result of him doing his best. However, he knew that he would definitely die in the next wave of life and death calamity. And Ziyue was his only chance. He didn't want to die, so he naturally didn't want to let go of this one and only chance of survival. In addition, it had to be mentioned that Ziyue's talent, strength, and means were the strongest he had ever seen or heard of. If he could safely pass through the heavenly tribulation this time, his future achievements, potential, and strength would definitely be peerless in the world. He was indeed a huge backer. For a rogue cultivator like him, it was equivalent to directly reporting a huge leg. It was definitely not a loss. Interesting. Ziyue smiled slightly. In the end, he shot out a ray of guiding light and led him into the Kunwu Golden Pagoda. Indeed, as Jiang Taixian had said, with his strength, being able to pass through the 9 major heavenly tribulations meant that his means were indeed extraordinary and his potential was amazing. It should be known that the power of the heavenly tribulation that Ziyue had triggered was far more powerful than that of an ordinary heavenly tribulation. Moreover, he had indeed noticed that Jiang Taixian had rushed into the tribulation area not out of his own will, but because he had been caught in the middle. Thinking about it, with the strength and means that Ziyue had shown before, if a golden core realm cultivator approached him, wouldn't he be courting death? Those who would rush over were either the loyal subordinates of those primordial soul realm cultivators, or like Jiang Taixian, those who had been forced to rush over by the strong. Thank you, Senior Biming. Jiang Taixian was overjoyed and said gratefully. He had been in despair, but his survival instinct made him speak to Ziyue. He didn't expect that he would really be protected by Ziyue. Naturally, he was extremely grateful. Zhao Guangming and Taoist Bu Qin's expressions changed slightly when they saw this. They were a little tempted, especially Taoist Bu Qin. He didn't have the slightest confidence in the next heavenly tribulation and was extremely terrified. Seeing this, he also had the urge to lower his head and beg for mercy. However, thinking of the enmity between them and the fact that their heavenly tribulations weren't as powerful as Jiang Taishuan's, Ziyue definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it and wouldn't be willing to accept his pleas for mercy. Therefore, he sighed and looked at the void in despair. Rumble. It was also at this moment that the void rumbled. The heavenly tribulation that had been brewing for a long time finally fell again. This time, it was the more powerful life and death illusion tribulation after the 9 major heavenly tribulations. Not only did this heavenly tribulation have the terrifying destructive power of the lightning tribulation, but also contained soul attacks, virtual illusions, and other means to destroy the soul. It was also a huge test for the consciousness and willpower of a cultivator. Boom! The sea of lightning struck, and purple gas rose. It was as if the blurry heavenly lightning had descended. It was extremely terrifying and illuminated the world in a crimson white as if it could destroy everything. Any cultivator would be terrified by such a powerful lightning tribulation. Yue and the others, who were in the middle of it, naturally looked more dignified. Boom! The heavenly tribulation fell, and the void was covered in a crimson white. It seemed that there was nothing in the world except for the lightning tribulation. The lightning fell on the cultivators who were undergoing the tribulation, and a series of crackling sounds were heard. Almost instantly, a blood-curdling scream was heard. It was Taoist Buchun. He had already done his best to withstand the 9 major heavenly tribulations. Now that the life and death illusion tribulation had fallen, its power was even more powerful than the previous lightning tribulations combined. Naturally, it was even more difficult to withstand. He was instantly destroyed by the lightning tribulation and completely turned into ashes. He was dead. His divine power was destroyed and no longer existed. At the same time, 2 consecutive lightning tribulations rushed towards Yue and fell on the true dragon armor technique that he had used. Boom! Boom! Of the 2 lightning tribulations, one was stronger and one was weaker. The weaker lightning tribulation was the one that was supposed to fall on Ziyue under his protection. As for the stronger lightning tribulation, it was the one that Ziyue himself had to withstand. The 2 lightning tribulations fell at the same time, and they were full of destructive power. They seemed to be able to annihilate everything and almost turn matter into nothingness. However, when they fell on Ziyue's true dragon armor technique, they only caused the armor to dim slightly before they were blocked. The destructive power of this lightning tribulation is not much of a threat to me. Ziyue felt relieved. When he used his full combat strength, the defensive power of his true dragon armor technique had already reached an unimaginable level. It was enough to withstand a full blow from an expert at the peak of the primordial soul realm. Although the 2 lightning tribulations were powerful, one of them was at most at the level of a full blow from an expert at the peak of the golden elixir realm. To him, it was not even an itch. He could withstand it with his physical body alone. As for the other lightning tribulation, although it was much stronger and was comparable to a full blow from an expert at the middle stage of the primordial soul realm, it could not shake his true dragon armor technique at all. What really made him wary was the soul attack technique that accompanied the 2 lightning tribulations, the disillusionment light. The disillusionment light rushed into Ziyue's body almost without any resistance and acted on his soul. The weaker lightning tribulation only made his vision blur for a moment. It was as if he was being pulled into an unknown environment by some special force. However, he came to his senses in an instant and was not affected at all. However, the remaining disillusionment light was obviously much stronger. The many soul defense techniques that he had prepared for it were all useless. He suddenly felt that he had entered a special environment. This environment was very familiar. There were tall buildings, heavy traffic, beautiful women, and many familiar faces. He thought that he had forgotten them, but they were actually his family and friends that were deeply rooted in his memories. This world is too real. It is so real that I miss it and am unwilling to wake up. However, what is fake is fake. After all, I have come to this world. No matter how much I miss the scenes of my previous life, they are still just memories. By Ziyue sighed faintly. Soon, he opened his eyes again, and they became unprecedentedly clear. The life and death disillusionment tribulation was indeed very powerful. Apart from the power of the lightning tribulations, the threat of the disillusionment light was even greater. It magnified the deepest secrets in a cultivator's heart. Even the primordial soul defense was useless against it. This was a test of the strength of a cultivator's soul and will. However, Ziyue's will had already reached an extremely profound level after a long period of cultivation. An illusion of this level could not affect him at all. However, the illusions that appeared in his previous life made him feel slightly conflicted. I passed it. I finally passed it. The power of this lightning strike was truly shocking, causing people to feel despair. However, I finally passed it. Zhao Guangming of the nine-star Dao Palace opened his eyes and could not help but reveal a look of ecstasy and confidence. The power of the life and death, disillusionment, tribulation left him with lingering fear. No one would want to endure a second one. However, he had successfully passed it and was safe and sound. Even if his appearance was miserable and extremely wretched, I'm finally safe. It's a pity that old Taoist Dustless fell to the last lightning tribulation. Zhao Guangming sighed, but a smug feeling rose in his heart. Even Situ Wu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Even if he could withstand the 10th life and death disillusionment tribulation, he would still find it difficult. The heavenly tribulation is finally over. Who would have thought that Taoist Dark North would drag so many people into his tribulation? In the end, only 4 people passed it safely. This Taoist Dark North is truly ruthless and tyrannical. Before he passed the tribulation, he displayed extraordinary battle strength and killed 2 peak primordial spirit realm cultivators in a row. Now that he has successfully passed the tribulation and become a primordial spirit realm cultivator, his strength will definitely soar again. However, I wonder what level his strength has reached now. Can he really stand shoulder to shoulder with Paramount Realm cultivators? Even if he is not as strong as Paramount Realm cultivators, he definitely has battle strength comparable to Paramount Realm cultivators and can dominate a region. Countless cultivators looked at the center of the tribulation and sighed with emotion. This day was truly too exciting for them. They had watched the tribulation of 2 peak Golden Core Realm cultivators in a row, which made them feel even more nostalgic. Many people also gained a deeper understanding of the heavenly tribulation and laid a solid foundation for their own tribulations in the future. Wait a minute, why haven't the thunderclouds in the sky dispersed? Suddenly, a cultivator exclaimed with a look of disbelief. When the others saw this, they hurriedly looked at the void and were all dumbfounded. In the void, the dark clouds pressed down. Under the pressure of the power of heaven and earth, the heavenly tribulation seemed to be even more oppressive and showed no signs of dissipating. The heavenly tribulation is not over yet. There's still a heavenly tribulation after this great tribulation of life and death. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. It was already rare for an ordinary cultivator to be able to pass all 9 major heavenly tribulations. Only those who were shockingly talented and had a strong foundation could pass the 10th great tribulation of life and death after 9 major heavenly tribulations. For example, Situ Zheng, the first senior brother of the heavenly spirit sect, the white-bone Taoist of the sky demon region, and so on. However, looking at the situation now, Ziyue's heavenly tribulation was not only much more powerful, but the number of heavenly tribulations that descended was also much greater than that of ordinary cultivators. There's still a heavenly tribulation? What kind of heavenly tribulation is there after the great tribulation of life and death? Even Situ Wu's expression turned a little unpleasant. Ever since he had started cultivating, he had seen countless outstanding figures, but he had never expected that a figure as brilliant as Taoist Dark North would suddenly rise to prominence. After the great tribulation of life and death, there was a heavenly tribulation that was about to descend. How is this possible? Zhao Guangming, who had a smug look on his face, was dumbfounded. He did not expect Ziyue's heavenly tribulation to not end with the great tribulation of life and death. Wind and clouds were brewing in the void, and there was a heavenly tribulation that was about to descend. An unprecedented sense of panic instantly took over his mind. The 10th heavenly tribulation of life and death had already terrified him and made it extremely difficult for him to withstand it. Now that there was an 11th heavenly tribulation, even with his strong foundation, he was in despair. What kind of heavenly tribulation is there after the great tribulation of life and death? I just hope it's not beyond my limit. Before the heavenly tribulation, Ziyue had already guessed that there would be more than 10 heavenly tribulations. Now that the 11th heavenly tribulation of life and death was about to descend, he felt some pressure while lamenting in his heart. Even if his defense was extremely strong, he could not be sure if the power of the next heavenly tribulation would exceed his limit. After all, although the great tribulation of life and death was not powerful, it had directly invaded his soul and caused his thoughts to become chaotic, which still shocked him. The 11th heavenly tribulation of life and death would definitely be stronger than the previous one. If it could invade his soul and guide his thoughts and memories like the 10th heavenly tribulation, he was actually not confident. Chapter 799. However, even if he was worried, there was nothing he could do now. He hurriedly used the attribute panel to replenish his Jindan essence and soul power. He also unleashed his full combat strength and performed many defensive techniques with all his might. Heaven Patching Technique, Great Path Dharma Form, True Dragon Armor Technique, 5 Emperor Royal Robe. In addition, in terms of soul defense, he also performed the 9 Thunder God-Destroying Seal and the Absent-Mindedness Divine Ability in succession. With the help of these soul techniques, he formed many soul defense lights. In a short period of time, Bai Ziyue performed all of his defensive skills. It was also at this moment that the oppressive thunder tribulation in the void brewed under the clouds and quickly took shape, turning into huge purple human-shaped lightning bolts. Some of these purple human-shaped lightning bolts were dressed in Taoist robes, some in scholar robes, and some in monk robes. They were all different, and their faces were a little blurry. However, their eyes were cold and piercing, as if they could pierce through the heavens. They were describing the ruthlessness of the Great Path. Rumble. 4 human-shaped lightning bolts blasted down one after another and rushed towards the 4 figures below the thunder tribulation. The 4 human-shaped lightning bolts could see through the celestial technique realms. One was at the ultimate primordial spirit realm. One was at the peak primordial spirit realm. One was at the peak primordial spirit realm. One was at the peak golden elixir realm, and one was at the late golden elixir realm. They corresponded to the celestial technique realms of the 4 cultivators below. When they landed, they also rushed towards the cultivators of the corresponding realms. One of them rushed towards Situ Wu, one rushed toward Zhao Guangming, and the remaining 2 rushed towards Ziyue. When they got close, they each performed a supreme secret technique. Every move contained a terrifying mystery of the Tao laws. As the power flowed, it seemed to naturally suppress everything and rush towards Yishuan fiercely. These human-shaped lightning bolts seemed to be the traces left behind by the experts of a certain period in the ancient times. Their moves are even recorded in the records of the various major sections. Is the move that the monk used the 1000 Buddha palm of the 1000 Buddha sect? And the move that the Taoist used was the supreme Taoist technique, Jade Breaking Divine Light? Are these human-shaped lightning bolts related to the various major sects? No, that's not right. These people actually existed. Or rather, they should have existed in a certain period of time. If I'm not wrong, this should be the humanoid phantoms left behind in the great Tao of heaven and earth by the outstanding geniuses of various eras since ancient times. It was a record of a certain expert's strongest battle prowess and strongest technique at a certain moment. At this time, it is actually in the form of a lightning tribulation, and it is being used as a test for the person undergoing the tribulation. In that case, this lightning tribulation is actually equivalent to them fighting against the ancients. Only by defeating the peak experts of the same generation in ancient times can one safely survive this tribulation. When the 11th heavenly tribulation descended, the scene that appeared shocked countless people. The ancient remnant image descended in the form of a heavenly tribulation. It was too shocking. It also made countless people tremble in fear. One had to know that since ancient times, there had been far too many powerhouses in the immortal spell world. There were countless existences who were invincible in the same realm, and there were as many as the hairs on a cow. And this heavenly tribulation was descending in the form of an ancient cultivator of the same realm. It was obvious that those who could be recorded by the world's remnant image were definitely not ordinary people. They were definitely the most outstanding cultivators of the same realm in the current generation, or even from ancient times until now. And this was directly equivalent to Ziyue and the others having to defeat the strongest cultivator of the same realm since ancient times in order to safely pass this tribulation. Fight the strongest cultivator of the same realm since ancient times? Ziyue looked at the two human-shaped lightning bolts that were rapidly charging over, and a strange expression gradually appeared on his face. If it was like the great life and death calamity, where the soul defense was not affected at all and the desire in his heart directly expanded to carry out the test, he would still be a little worried. After all, that kind of test was too much of one's heart. Even if one's heart was as strong as iron and his will was as sharp as a knife, there would still be times when one's carelessness would cause one to fall deeply into it and find it difficult to break free. But if it was just fighting against the phantoms formed by the lightning tribulation, he was not afraid at all. Back when he was in the Aperture Awakening stage, he had never lost to anyone of the same realm in a battle. Fighting across realms was as simple as eating a meal. Now that he had reached the peak of the Golden Elixir stage, his previous endless accumulation had all been converted into battle strength, allowing his strength to surpass those of the same realm by too much. It was enough for him to fight across 1 or 2, or even 3 or 4 small realms. At least at this moment, he was fearless in the face of a peak primordial soul stage cultivator and could be evenly matched or even crushed. Because of this, when the human-shaped lightning bolts that were equivalent to the late and peak Golden Elixir stage charged over, he also made his move. His hands transformed into a divine light that transformed into a flowing light and slashed out. It was a Tao technique, the primordial magnet divine light. Chi chi chi. Endless divine light flowed like a river of stars, thick and heavy, and also filled with an unparalleled power. Under the crushing pressure, the layers of space seemed to be unable to withstand and showed signs of collapse. It landed on the two human-shaped lightning bolts with seemingly slow, but actually fast speed. Boom! The two human-shaped lightning bolts blurred and tried to dodge, but the primordial magnet divine light was a Tao technique that also contained endless mysteries of Tao laws. The great Tao was formless, but it also seemed to have substance and sealed the entire void. The human-shaped lightning bolts could not dodge at all and were caught in the net in an instant. Then they were crushed by the divine light and completely dissipated with a sizzling sound. This heavenly tribulation was over just like that. Standing not far away from Ziyue, Jiang Taixian, who was a little frightened, was dumbfounded when he saw this. If he had to face the human-shaped lightning bolts that were comparable to the late Golden Elixir stage cultivators, he had no doubt that Ziyue could easily block and crush them. However, even the human-shaped lightning bolts that were comparable to the peak Golden Elixir stage cultivators were annihilated by Ziyue with a single blow, which really shocked him. He knew that this heavenly tribulation was the ultimate test of heaven and earth for a cultivator. It was a reappearance of the strongest cultivator of the same realm since ancient times. Facing such an existence, no matter how talented a cultivator was, it would be very difficult to end it in a short period of time. In the end, Ziyue only struck once, and only once. After that strike, the two human-shaped lightning bolts were destroyed in body and soul and no longer existed. This heavenly tribulation was also completely over. In contrast, he looked outside the Kunwa Golden Pagoda at the situation of the tribulation between Zhao Guangming of the 9-star Tao Palace and Situ Wu of the Lameter stage. Battle swords surged like waves, and terrifying Yuan Qi undulated. It was obvious that the battle was in an extremely intense state. Furthermore, everyone was able to clearly see that the humanoid lightning had the absolute upper hand in the battle. Even Situ Wu, a Lameter, was suppressed by the humanoid lightning that was comparable to a Lameter. He tried to counterattack several times, but all of his attacks were forcefully resisted. Situ Wu's momentum was quickly reversed, and he was forced to retreat. There were signs that he was injured. Is the heavenly tribulation of Taoist North Ming too weak, or is his strength too terrifying? He actually overcame this heavenly tribulation so easily and simply. This heavenly tribulation is even stronger than the great tribulation of life and death. It is definitely much stronger than all the previous heavenly tribulations. This can be seen from the strength of the human-shaped lightning bolts that Zhao Guangming of the Nine-Star Tao Palace and the sect master of the Myriad Phenomenon sect faced. The fact that Taoist North Ming overcame it so easily only proves one thing. His strength is unparalleled. Even in ancient times, he has always been the strongest among his peers. A cultivator spoke up and made a firm conclusion. The others were silent. They wanted to refute, but found that they had no way of speaking. Ziyue did indeed have such strength. This was proven by the fact that he had consecutively killed 2 peak primordial spirit realm experts in the previous fierce battle. If he had not been the strongest among his peers, how could he have defied the odds and killed 2 peak primordial spirit realm experts as a peak golden core realm cultivator? This was a battle that transcended an entire major realm. The significance of this was completely different from some so-called defied odds and killed an early primordial spirit realm cultivator as a peak golden core realm cultivator. Kill! Zhao Guangming roared furiously and fought until he went berserk, using all sorts of techniques. However, the human-shaped lightning bolt attacked like lightning. Not only was it faster, but its offensive techniques were also much sharper. Terrifying attacks blasted out and landed on Zhao Guangming's body, causing his body to tremble and the defensive light on his body to become extremely dim. Finally, as a pale blue profound light rushed out, it was like a fluttering catkin, but also like a flash of lightning. It crashed into his defensive profound light and quickly shattered it. Then, without losing any momentum, it crashed into his body. Rumble! Zhao Guangming's chest was instantly char-black. The terrifying, dazzling light seemed to contain a primordial spirit attack technique as it pierced into his primordial spirit like a sharp knife. Boundless pain instantly drowned him. His entire body began to convulse. Die! A shout that seemed to have come from ancient times was heard. The human-shaped lightning bolt's hand was like a saber as it quickly slashed down. This slash was too fast and too sharp. It was as fast as lightning and the power of Tao flowed. It was unpredictable and unparalleled. Poof! No! Zhao Guangming had just regained consciousness when he let out a cry of despair. However, it was to no avail. His entire head was chopped off and soared into the sky. Obviously, Zhao Guangming, who was at the peak of the primordial spirit realm, was not as powerful as the human-shaped lightning bolt that had dominated the same realm since ancient times. The difference in absolute combat strength made him pale in comparison to the human-shaped lightning bolt's attacks. He could not resist and was killed. After killing Zhao Guangming with a hand chop, the humanoid lightning's ice-cold eyes inexplicably looked toward the Kunwu Golden Pagoda. Bai Ziyue's body seemed to be filled with complicated emotions, and there was even a trace of intense fighting intent. However, according to the rules of heaven and earth, his opponent could only be Zhao Guangming. Now that Zhao Guangming's aura had dissipated and he had died, his figure also dissipated and disappeared without a trace. On the other side, Situ Wu and his human-shaped lightning bolt were still fighting fiercely. Both of them had reached the ultimate primordial soul realm. Their attacks, defenses, speed, and other means had all reached the limits of what could be achieved in the primordial soul realm. As they fought, the great path roared and the heavens and earth collapsed. Large swaths of mountains and rivers were swept up by the attacks of the two of them, turning into dust and turning into particles of nothingness. However, as time passed, the outcome of the battle between the two gradually became clear. In the beginning, the human-shaped lightning bolt had a strong aura and had the upper hand in the battle. However, every move of the human-shaped lightning bolt consumed a lot of energy and the energy in his body was limited. As they continued to fight and unleash terrifying power, the energy in the human-shaped lightning bolt was also constantly being worn down. Unknowingly, the sharpness and power of his attacks gradually weakened. In the end, he was still not as strong as Situ Wu, who had spiritual pills to replenish his energy and could continuously draw energy from the void and even the hollow to recover. Then, he was suppressed, defeated, and finally destroyed. From then on, Ziyue's 11th tribulation, the human-shaped lightning tribulation, had finally been completely passed. Of all the people who had undergone the tribulation, besides Jiang Taixian, who was already under the protection of Ziyue, only Zhao Guangming of the 9-star Dao Palace had not been able to pass this tribulation and had completely perished. More than 100 people went through the tribulation together, and in the end, only 3 were left. And the 11th tribulation, the human-shaped lightning tribulation, has appeared. It will definitely be recorded in the annals of the immortal Tao and the biographies of the great Tao. Countless cultivators in the future will look up to it. Indeed, Taoist Northming's talent is unparalleled in the world. Throughout the ages, no one in the same realm can compare to him. However, this tribulation should be completely over, right? Ordinary cultivators can't even touch the great tribulation of life and death. The human-shaped lightning tribulation that Taoist Northming went through is definitely the strongest tribulation in history. It should be over. In the world, there must be no tribulation that is stronger than this. Countless people sighed and guessed that the human-shaped lightning tribulation this time must be the last one, and that Ziyue had already successfully passed the tribulation. However, Situ Wu, who had just defeated the human-shaped lightning tribulation and did not even have time to catch his breath, revealed a look of shock on his face. He said in fear, "There's more. There's still one more?" The others also exclaimed as they looked at the sky. Under the compression of the endless lightning tribulation, it evolved and formed 3 huge cauldrons. Lightning cauldrons. This was the result of the lightning tribulation being condensed to the extreme. It had already taken physical form, and it had even given birth to a lightning Tao artifact. The 3 lightning cauldrons stood on 3 legs. The 4 walls of the cauldrons seemed to be carved with the true forms of the 4 divine beasts, which evolved into the phantoms of true dragons, phoenixes, white tigers, black tortoises, and other divine beasts. And in the center of the lightning cauldrons, there were streams of pure lightning essence that contained endless power of creation and vitality. The lightning tribulation cauldron has taken physical form. How terrifying is the power of this tribulation lightning? Everyone was stunned, and their hearts were filled with fear. The previous lightning tribulations had already frightened countless people. They believed that if they stepped into the cauldron to undergo the tribulation, almost no one dared to guarantee that they would be able to pass it. And now, the sight of the lightning cauldron formed by the lightning tribulation cauldron made them even more shocked. Even when they looked at Situ Wu, the sect master of the Myriad Phenomenon sect, a trace of pity appeared in their eyes. Of all the people to provoke, why did he have to provoke Taoist Northming? At this moment, even those who believed in Situ Wu dared not guarantee that he would be able to pass the tribulation. Chapter 800. The thunder tribulations turned into a cauldron, and the cauldron contains the true thunder essence. Without a doubt, the true thunder essence contains great creation and infinite mystery, and it can create a new life. However, at the same time, the power of this thunder tribulations is also unprecedentedly terrifying, surpassing all the previous tribulations combined. Situ Wu's face was unprecedentedly solemn. This tribulation transcendence was extremely sudden for him. If it was an ordinary person undergoing a tribulation transcendence, with his ultimate primordial soul realm strength, he would not be afraid at all. Even if the heavens and earth were to strike him, he would not be able to do anything. However, the person undergoing the tribulation transcendence was Ziyue, the the most powerful person in the same realm since ancient times. The power of the Thunder Tribulations was also extraordinary, and it had the addition of the human lightning tribulations and the lightning cauldron hidden essence tribulation. Most importantly, he could not be sure if there would be more Thunder Tribulations after this one. In this life, Sita Wu thought that he had seen countless people, but he really could not understand Ziyue. Therefore, when many cultivators surrounded and attacked Ziyue, he did not act rashly. He was deeply afraid of Ziyue. In my current state, I definitely can't withstand the attack of the giant cauldron formed by the Thunder Tribulations. I will die in one blow. Sita Wu felt the power of the Thunder Tribulations in the void and knew clearly that even if he gave it his all, he would not be able to withstand it. In the end, he sighed helplessly, and with a stroke of his hands, a terrifying power erupted and quickly tore open the space barrier beside him. Then his figure flashed, and he rushed directly into the void turbulence. Self-exile. In order to avoid this tribulation transcendence, Sita Wu had actually self-exiled. Bai Ziyue looked at Sita Wu, and his face involuntarily revealed a trace of a strange expression. He had to admit that this was indeed a method. It was a method that could only be used by powerhouses who were at the peak of the primordial soul realm and above. Self-exile did not mean that he would not be able to step into the astral realm in the future. As long as he was strong enough to tear open the void barrier of the astral realm, he could return from the void turbulence. However, the tribulation transcendence was the will of the astral realm, and it was a test for a powerhouse. When a cultivator began to transcend the tribulation, it would inexplicably lock onto the cultivator. For this reason, even if Ziyue's heavenly tribulation ended, when Sita Wu returned from the chaotic streams of space, the heavenly tribulation would immediately descend and slash at him. At that time, if his strength was not enough to withstand the might of the lightning cauldron, he would definitely die. Rumble. The thunder cauldron, which had been brewing for a long time, was completely formed. It turned into a stream of light and quickly fell, smashing towards Ziyue. The two lightning cauldrons, one large and one small, both contained majestic and terrifying power. Under the pressure, it was almost able to trample the void. Go! Ziyue's eyes were clear. As his thoughts flashed, a flying sword had already pierced out. The supreme Taoist technique, the heart sword technique. Chi! The sword light met one of the lightning cauldrons and stabbed it. Puff! The sharpness of Ziyue's flying sword, after the baptism of the previous thunder tribulation, had actually reached a level of transformation. When Ziyue used his full battle strength to display the supreme Taoist technique, the power of the heart sword technique reached an extreme level. Almost instantly, the lightning cauldron was pierced through and shattered. Then, the sword light hummed softly and a terrifying suction force was generated, like a giant dragon sucking in water. The rich and pure, true thunder essence in the shattered lightning cauldron poured into the flying sword and was completely absorbed. The sword light trembled, as if it was incomparably excited. Endless spiritual light constantly bloomed, and the power of Tao laws was constantly imprinted in it. Thunder was born in the void, and the spirituality increased rapidly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A sense of ease suddenly arose in Ziyue's heart. The flying sword had leveled up. From a gold core treasure, it had leveled up to a primordial spirit treasure. Moreover, Ziyue could clearly feel that in his dark north flying sword, the spiritual embryonic form that had been awakened was growing rapidly at this moment and was constantly growing stronger. Spiritual, small success, great success, spiritual perfection. And then, with the influx of the last wisp of true thunder essence, it finally reached the extreme, completely leveled up, ignited the divine light, and possessed divinity. The magic treasure contains divinity. Is it not equivalent to this magic treasure completely leveled up and turned into a spirit treasure? Ziyue was stunned, and then his face revealed endless joy. He had long expected that the true thunder essence in the lightning cauldron contained the purest true force of thunder tribulation in the world, and had endless opportunities and amazing effects. Under the instinctive devouring of the flying sword, he felt the spirituality in the dark north flying sword cheering. He had a premonition that once the true thunder essence was devoured, the spirituality of his life's source flying sword would inevitably be greatly enhanced. But even he did not expect that under this surge of spirituality, the quality of his life source flying sword itself had not only reached the primordial spirit treasure level, but its spirituality had also grown and produced divinity. And a magic treasure that contained divinity could already be called a spirit treasure in the outside world. Although the grade had not reached the level of a treasure far beyond the primordial spirit level like the Kuma Golden Pagoda, its essence had changed, and the speed of leveling up would be countless times faster than ordinary magic treasures. More importantly, his magic treasure would no longer have any bottlenecks in leveling up and would not need other materials to enhance it. As long as there was enough energy, it could keep leveling up to a level comparable to the Kunwa Golden Pagoda, or even surpass it. This is really a pleasant surprise for me. Zua sighed in his heart, and then looked at the other lightning cauldron. This lightning cauldron was an attack that he had to face when he was going through the tribulation. Its momentum was majestic, as if it could suppress everything. Almost at the moment when Ziue's flying sword was officially leveled up to a spirit treasure, it smashed into Ziue's body. Boom! The giant cauldron collided with Ziue's real dragon armor technique, and it was like two stars colliding, erupting with endless power, and then there was a bang. The lightning cauldron broke. It broke into dozens of pieces and shattered. Obviously, the attack of the lightning cauldron was still inferior to Ziue's defensive means in terms of absolute power. Thinking about it, this heavenly tribulation was indeed extremely powerful, and its power was definitely the strongest heavenly tribulation that a Golden Core Realm cultivator had ever faced. However, Ziue's real combat power and defensive means had already reached the peak of the primordial spirit realm. It was naturally very easy for him to block a heavenly tribulation at the Golden Core Realm. Even the primordial spirit attack that the attack contained dissipated under the effect of by Ziue's 9 thunder god-destroying seal and the soulless light that formed a soul defense technique. As the lightning cauldron broke, the endless true thunder marrow in the lightning cauldron also surged out rapidly. Bai Ziue hurriedly controlled his soul to rush out and use the heaven-devouring technique to rapidly absorb and convert the boundless true thunder marrow liquid. ZZZ. In an instant, Ziue's soul, which was almost filled to the brim with great soul golden threads, also seemed to undergo a shocking change with the influx of the great soul creation. It actually completely merged with his soul and turned into a pure golden color. A golden soul, the true force of the heavenly tribulation within it also quickly cleansed this golden soul with pure yang, true force, completely cleansing it. Buzz! In an instant, his soul was completely transformed into a primordial spirit. It was different from the pure golden primordial spirit of an ordinary cultivator. Immediately after, the moment the golden primordial spirit was transformed, Ziue hurriedly controlled the true thunder marrow and poured it into his body to refine his physical body. Traces of pure yang force of creation were poured into the particles of his physical body, and from this, his physical body underwent a deeper level of enhancement and transformation. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Gradually, Ziue's physical body showed a kind of crystalline color, and as his flesh and blood grew and spat out energy, it was as if a bolt of purple lightning was about to burst out. Is this because my physical body has been enhanced to the extreme and evolved into a divine ability? Ziue could feel the strength of his physical body, especially when his primordial spirit sensed that the lightning force of creation contained in the particles of his physical body could be summoned and turned into an attack at his command. He could not help but have some guesses in his heart. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the dark clouds and the void suddenly dispersed, and above the 9 heavens, there were 2 huge golden lights, one big and one small, that penetrated through the clouds and directly fell on Ziue and Jiang Taixien, who was under his protection and was also in the Kunwu Golden Pagoda. The great light shines, auspicious sign descends. The heavenly tribulation this time is finally over. Jiang Taixien was pleasantly surprised, and there was an extremely excited look in his eyes. He had thought that he would definitely die, but in the end, under Ziyue's protection, not only did he successfully survive the heavenly tribulation, but he also enjoyed the recognition and benefits of heaven and earth after the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation this time is finally over. There were 12 heavenly tribulations, and in the end, only Taoist priest North Ming managed to survive. Countless cultivators in the surroundings also exclaimed in surprise and looked at Ziyue, who was standing proudly in the void and also enjoying the benefits of heaven and earth. In their eyes, although Jiang Taishuan's talent and strength were not bad, he was at most a lucky guy who was valued and protected by Ziyue. Only Ziyue could truly be called a genius and was unparalleled in history. Previously, before he had reached the primordial spirit stage, he had the battle record of going against the odds and slaying an expert at the peak of the primordial spirit stage with his sword and not being defeated by an attack from an expert of the supreme realm. Now that he had successfully survived the heavenly tribulation, his soul had been baptized and transformed, and he had officially stepped into the primordial spirit stage. His strength would definitely increase greatly and reach a higher level. Then, how strong would his combat ability be? Would he be on par with an expert of the supreme realm? Or would he surpass the supreme realm and reach an unimaginable level? Everyone was guessing, but they truly regarded Ziyue as one of the few most powerful people in the astral realm of this generation. He was comparable to the top 10 experts of the supreme realm. As for Situ Zheng, who'd obtained a great reputation because he'd openly overcome the heavenly tribulation before by Ziyue at this moment, he was truly like a starlight competing for brilliance with the bright moon. He was completely unremarkable, and he wasn't valued by others any longer. Because of this, the Thousand Phenomenon Sex plan was completely destroyed. This wave of auspicious aura is too rich and too rich. It's countless times richer than the auspicious aura I received when I broke through to the golden core stage. The quantity is also countless times greater. Ziyue absorbed the auspicious aura, descending from the 9 heavens with all his might. The auspicious aura contained endless creation. It was a kind of gift and reward from heaven and earth. It was an all-round help to a cultivator's improvement and improvement. Once a cultivator absorbed it, not only could they improve their cultivation level and compress and purify their power, but they could also derive Tao techniques and understand their own problems. Take Ziyue, for example. If not for the auspicious aura's assistance, even if he could condense an extreme violet golden core, he could at most achieve the same level as Situ Zheng. His golden core only contained a small amount of purple golden core. How could he achieve the perfect extreme violet golden core now? How could he achieve such a deep foundation and possess such extraordinary combat ability now? It's a pity that my soul and physical body have been improved to the extreme because I absorbed the true thunder marrow after the thunder cauldron was broken. Even my natal flying sword has been upgraded to an immortal soul treasure with the help of the true thunder marrow. It has also awakened its divinity and turned into a spiritual treasure. I don't need the auspicious aura to upgrade it at all. By Ziyue's side, then his eyes lit up with a thought, a book that seemed to be made of metal and would appear in front of him. This book was the precious treasure that Ziyue had obtained after going through many dangers and hardships in the Divine Star Mountain. The Book of the Great Tao. Although the Book of the Great Tao had no rank and could not be used to recognize an owner, it could naturally be used by anyone. However, the amount of energy required to use the Book of the Great Tao was terrifying. Even when he used it, he had to be very careful. Otherwise, he would not be able to bear it. At this moment, when the auspicious aura descended from the sky, it was as if his heart was blessed, and he was finally able to take out this precious treasure once again. He planned to use the auspicious aura to officially deduce the cultivation technique that he needed to cultivate in the immortal soul realm. The cultivation technique of the immortal soul realm is the foundation of my future cultivation, the foundation of the great Tao. I originally planned to pay a huge price to create the cultivation technique of the immortal soul realm when I successfully overcome the tribulation and step into the immortal soul realm. Now that the auspicious aura has descended, it's just right. Ziyue muttered to himself. He took out the book of the great Tao and guided the auspicious aura. At the same time, he glanced at his stats panel and directly activated the enlightenment period. In an instant, his thoughts changed drastically. Not only did his comprehension and memory improve, but his ability to grasp and use the various flashes of inspiration in his mind also reached an astonishing level. At this moment, his consciousness brushed lightly and landed on the book of the great Tao. Wong, Wong, Wong. As their minds connected, Ziyue felt a special, tranquil, harmonious power that was like the Tao of nature, and infinite perception of all things in the world appeared in his mind. At this moment, there seemed to be countless sounds of Tao descending. There were also tens of thousands of great Taos appearing before his eyes. The endless mysteries transformed into a beautiful scene. It was like a vast galaxy, but also like the universe. Endless, beautiful light bloomed, causing people to be incomparably intoxicated. Although it was not the first time that Ziyue had used the Book of the Great Tao, he was still shocked. He could feel the magnificent scene of tens of thousands of great Tao contained in it. Chapter 801. Without any hesitation, Ziyue channeled a large amount of auspicious aura into the Book of the Great Tao as he immersed himself in the auspicious aura. He used the auspicious aura as a driving force to drive the Book of the Great Tao. Almost instantly, the Book of the Great Tao shone with a brilliant light. Then, the sound of Tao fell. In the void, 3,000 great Tao laws appeared. Even if one only looked at it from afar, it was enough to move one's heart and allow one to have a better understanding of heaven and earth. The auspicious aura can't be maintained for long. Let's begin. Ziyue calculated the time and hurriedly began to use the Book of the Great Tao to deduce a cultivation technique. The cultivation technique of the primordial spirit was different from the cultivation techniques of the aperture enlightening realm, the God realm, and the golden core realm. It was a cultivation technique that was specifically used on the primordial spirit. Of course, Ziyue had the legacies of 3 spirit severing stage cultivators. His foundation was already extremely deep. What he saw was naturally very different from that of ordinary primordial spirit cultivators. The primordial spirit was the foundation of any primordial spirit cultivator. However, the physical body was also very important. The great Tao was like a sea of bitterness. The primordial spirit was like the helm, and the physical body was like the boat crossing the sea. Without a physical body, even if the primordial spirit could exist for a long time, it would almost lose the possibility of exploring the great Tao. It could only be like a lonely soul trapped in a place. In the end, it could not escape the scars of time and would gradually decay and be worn down. Perhaps only the spirit-severing stage cultivators above the primordial spirit could split their primordial spirit and use it to roam heaven and earth. Only then could they truly not be afraid of the physical body being damaged, but now he was not a spirit-severing stage cultivator. Naturally, he would not abandon the use of the physical body. Therefore, when he started to create the cultivation technique, he also integrated the body tempering technique into it. First, Yuan Great Tao Technique, Heaven-Devouring Divine Transformation Technique, Supreme Primordial Tao Technique. Under the effect of the enlightenment time, coupled with his mind sinking into the Book of the Great Tao, Ziyue quickly created the various cultivation techniques that he had created. Then, using them as an extension, with the legacies of the 3 spirit severing stage cultivators as the foundation and his golden primordial spirit as the foundation, he officially began to create the cultivation technique. Instantly, All kinds of wonderful ideas, all kinds of extremely complicated and perfect ideas, the mysteries of heaven and earth, the infinite good fortune, and the laws of the great Tao, all of them appeared in his mind. Then, as he organized and created them, they rapidly collided, derived, and formed Tao patterns that contained endless mysteries. The Tao patterns also began to fuse and collide with each other as he organized and created them. Bit by bit, a cultivation technique at the primordial spirit realm began to take shape. However, if he wanted to go from an embryonic form to a complete cultivation technique that was suitable for him, he would still need to go through a long process of being at a loss. Even though the Book of the Great Tao was incomparably wondrous and contained countless mysteries of the Great Tao, its foundation far surpassed Ziyue's own. In terms of breadth and depth, it even surpassed the legacies of the three spirit severing stage cultivators. However, if he wanted to imprint these mysteries of the Great Tao into his mind in the form of a cultivation method, he would still need time. Not to mention, Ziyue wanted to create a perfect cultivation method that was not only suitable for himself, but also the best cultivation method in the world. Fortunately, Ziyue had many tricks up his sleeves. The time of enlightenment, the Book of the Great Tao, and the baptism of the auspicious aura made the process of creating his cultivation method much smoother than before. He was also very satisfied with the progress. It was very shocking. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, time passed, and Ziyue's cultivation method was also slowly perfected. Soon, he had deduced it to the peak of the initial primordial spirit realm, then the middle primordial spirit realm, the late primordial spirit realm. Of course, this was only a preliminary deduction and was not perfect. There was still a lot of trial and error in the process. Once it was not smooth in the later stages, he would have to start all over again. Creating a cultivation method was never done in a short period of time. Even if an expert at the pinnacle of the primordial spirit realm reorganized his cultivation method, it would still take years, decades, or even centuries. Fortunately, Ziyue had the time of enlightenment, the Book of the Great Tao, and the blessing of the auspicious aura, which saved him a lot of time. He could also verify the right and wrong of his cultivation method in an extremely short period of time, constantly deducing and discussing the Tao. The auspicious aura is about to end. Suddenly, Ziyue felt that his thoughts were slowing down. The smoothness, speed, and the continuous surge of inspiration from before were rapidly weakening. He immediately understood that the auspicious aura was about to end. It had only been 60 breaths from start to finish. Anxious, he did not hesitate at all and glanced at the attribute panel. The number of spirit energy on the attribute panel has actually reached more than 2 billion. Ziyue raised his eyebrows in surprise. Before the tribulation transcendence, the number of spirit energy he had was only slightly more than 100 million. He did not expect it to increase by so much in such a short period of time. However, when he thought about how he had killed more than 100 Golden Core Realm cultivators and nearly 7 to 8 Primordial Spirit Realm cultivators during the Tribulation Transcendence, especially when some of the Primordial Spirit Realm cultivators were very powerful, he felt that it was normal. The more spirit energy he had, the more confident Ziyue became. Consume 60 million spirit energy to rewind time to 60 seconds ago. Consume. Ziyue chose to consume without hesitation. In an instant, he felt his vision blur. The next moment, he sensed that the void had changed, and there was an auspicious aura descending from the 9 heavens. It had returned to 60 seconds ago. Then, he no longer hesitated and once again immersed his mind into the Book of the Great Tao. With the help of the auspicious aura, he quickly deduced. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 60 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. As expected, it's not that easy. Even if I have such a strong foundation and have perfect cultivation techniques of various levels in the same lineage, as well as the inheritance of the 3 Avatar Realm cultivators, it's not very easy to perfect the cultivation techniques and transform them into the most suitable and perfect cultivation techniques for myself. Ziyue sighed softly. He also felt that it was a little difficult and also a little hard take. After all, every time he used Time Rewind, he would need to consume a lot of spirit energy. However, he had always valued cultivation techniques. Even if spirit energy was precious, it was ultimately a consumption item. Naturally, it was not as useful to him as cultivation techniques. Not to mention, the auspicious aura descending was too rare. After this time, he did not know when he would have the opportunity to enjoy it again. Comparing the two, he naturally knew what to choose. Continue using Time Rewind, Ziyue growled. Then, 60 million spirit energy was consumed. In the blink of an eye, he once again appeared 60 seconds ago. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The perfect level primordial spirit realm cultivation technique is completed. A look of surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds. The perfect level primordial spirit realm cultivation technique is also completed. Ziyue was excited. He felt that all his previous efforts had not been in vain. Everything had blossomed at this moment, and there was a result. 30 seconds, 40 seconds, 50 seconds, then, just as the 60th second was about to pass, a glimmer of light appeared in Ziyue's eyes. The perfect level primordial spirit realm cultivation technique is also completed. The success of the perfect level primordial spirit realm cultivation technique actually meant that Ziyue had officially created a cultivation technique at the primordial spirit realm. However, at this moment, he hesitated for a moment and still used the power of Time Rewind again. Although the cultivation technique was completed, he always felt that there was a trace of unfinished meaning in his cultivation technique. It was as if it could be extended and changed again. Yes, it's the direction of physical cultivation. Among the cultivation techniques that I created previously, although they also have the ability to strengthen the physical body, they're similar to other primordial spirit realm cultivation techniques. What is more important is the enhancement of the primordial spirit. The strength of the physical body and the evolution of the physical body are only secondary. There is nothing wrong with such a cultivation technique. It is also the cultivation direction and benchmark of countless cultivators in the entire astral realm. However, such a cultivation path may not be the correct one. It also may not be completely suitable for me. Due to the upgrade of the attribute panel, Ziyue's vision, understanding of the mysteries of heaven and earth, as well as his search for the great Tao and his exploration of his own path, were actually very deep. Vaguely, he could already sense the instinctive pursuit in the depths of his heart. He knew some of the mysteries of his life and understood that the importance of the physical body was no less than that of the primordial spirit. Naturally, he would reflect on it and begin to organize and integrate it again. Therefore, Ziyue reversed his cultivation method this time. Using the Tao of Yin and Yang, he placed equal emphasis on the cultivation of the physical body and the cultivation of the immortal spirit. He even borrowed the Tao of Tai Chi that he had comprehended in his previous life to make them perfect as one. They could complement each other and advance together. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. In the blink of an eye, 60 seconds passed. Ziyue's eyes moved, and a look of satisfaction finally appeared on his face. A complete, perfect primordial spirit realm cultivation technique has finally been completed. This cultivation technique not only contains the way of the primordial spirit cultivation, but it also does not give up on the cultivation of the physical body. The two can be like the creation of Taiji, perfect and harmonious as they complement each other and advance together. Most importantly, in the later stages of this cultivation technique, the physical body and the primordial spirit can even directly fuse as one, thus deriving endless changes. In the advanced stages of cultivation, it is not impossible to be reborn from a drop of blood and become immortal and indestructible. Ziyue's eyes were clear, and his face showed that he had the pearl of wisdom in his hands. He was not sure if the cultivation technique that he had created was the best in the world, or if there had been others who had done the same thing as him. However, He instinctively felt that this was the most suitable cultivation technique for him. It was also the most perfect and top-notch cultivation technique that he could create with his current strength and foundation. In that case, let's name this cultivation technique Grand Yuan Spirit Scripture. With the golden soul as the foundation of cultivation, it was naturally worthy of the word grand. Although the 4 words Primordial Spirit Scripture were ordinary, they concealed Ziyue's ambition in his heart. In particular, the word Scripture was a classic, meaning a classic. Anything that could be named with this word contained endless mysteries. It was the work and inheritance that a cultivator was most proud of in his life. Ziyue also believed that the Grand Yuan Spirit Scripture was indeed worthy of being called his proudest work, and even more worthy of being called a supreme inheritance. He believed that in terms of primordial spirit realm cultivation techniques, not only did it surpass countless other primordial spirit cultivation techniques, it even surpassed the legacies of the 3 spirit severing stages that he had obtained. It could truly be called the strongest. When Ziyue completely created this cultivation technique, the void trembled as if it was shocked by the birth of this cultivation technique. Imprints of the great Tao also appeared in the void and directly surged into Ziyue's heart. This was the sign of the acknowledgement of the heavens and the earth and the submission of all Taos. However, the great Tao was formless and silent. All of this was unknown to the outside world. Only a few primordial spirit realm cultivators could vaguely sense a slight change in the world, but they had no way of knowing the cause. This imprint of the great Tao, as for Ziyue, the moment he received this imprint of the great Tao, his calm and composed expression involuntarily revealed a slight change. This imprint of the great Tao is actually the only imprint of inheritance recognized by the world. In other words, this cultivation technique of mine is the only one in the world, and only I can cultivate it. If I want to pass it on, only by pointing out this imprint of inheritance can it be inscribed. Furthermore, only one person can receive the inheritance. Otherwise, even if I write down the complete cultivation technique, there is nothing in the world that can bear it. Regardless of whether it is a jade scroll, an inheritance stone tablet, or something that has existed for eternity, they will all be destroyed in an instant or erased by the world. Ziyue was astonished. It was only now that he truly understood the uniqueness of this cultivation technique that he had created. Ordinary cultivation techniques, no matter how strong they were, could not be passed on with such stringent requirements. However, this cultivation technique of his needed to be recognized by the imprint of inheritance bestowed by the world before it could be passed on. Furthermore, there was only one imprint. If he had already passed on this imprint of inheritance, then even he himself could not pass on the cultivation technique to another person. Furthermore, if he or his successor died, then this cultivation technique would be completely lost and disappear from the world, no longer existing. Perhaps only in some legends and records would there be sporadic records of it. From another perspective, isn't this cultivation technique of mine the envy of the heavens? Even the heavens are wary of it, and that's why there are such restrictions. Ziyue thought to himself, but he did not care too much. At the very least, this further proved the strength of this cultivation technique that he had created. It should be known that the cultivation techniques that he had created previously, which had already taken shape, were similarly powerful and would definitely be able to shock the world once cultivated. However, they were not like this cultivation technique that would cause such a change in the world. In fact, this almost proved that the path that he had taken and the cultivation technique that he had cultivated were correct. As for the inheritance, he did not think that anyone would be able to receive his inheritance. After all, his experience was unique, and the cultivation techniques that he had cultivated along the way were all peerless and perfect. Without a golden soul and a perfect cultivation technique along the way, one would not be qualified to receive his inheritance. Not to mention, in his instincts, he actually hoped that his future successor would be able to create his own cultivation technique with his own strength. Because only then would the world of cultivation techniques be able to bloom, flourish, and prosper for eternity. Chapter 802. As the auspicious signs disappeared, Ziue's cultivation method was fully formed and engraved in his mind. He slowly opened his eyes and put away the Book of the Tao and the Kunwu Golden Pagoda. Then he scanned his surroundings. The cultivators around him were not limited to low-level itinerant cultivators. Experts, sect elders, sect masters, and even nascent spirit cultivators were all looking at him in shock. Fan Qingyu, who had been waiting for a long time and had been worried, terrified, and agitated for him, also dashed out at this moment. She rushed towards Bai Ziyue without any hesitation. "Are you all right?" Fan Qingyu asked with concern. "I'm fine. My condition is better than ever." Feeling the fresh breath in his arms, Bai Ziyue smiled and said, "Now, there should be no one who can control your will. Yes, but next time, I hope to solve all problems on my own. I don't want you to take any more risks." Fan Qingyu raised her head and said resolutely, "With me here, there won't be a next time," Ziyue said with a smile. In the distance, countless people looked enviously at the two celestial companions. No one dared to say anything at this time. Not only did Zhuge Sheng and the others of the Myriad sect not dare to speak, but even Daoist Clear Spring, Daoist De Wang, and the others of the Celestial Spirit sect lowered their eyes and dared not speak. They dared not mention the enmity between Ziyue and the Celestial Spirit sect. When he was in the Golden Core realm, he could kill 2 peak nascent spirit cultivators in a row and withstand a blow from Supreme Realm Cultivator. Now that he had broken through to the nascent spirit realm, one could only imagine how powerful his battle strength would be. Perhaps only with the presence of their sect master would they feel a little more confident. As for Lu Wanshu of the Exalted Immortal Sect, Lu Heng of the Celestial Spirit Sect, and Cheng Sun of the Exalted Immortal Sect, they had long since retreated. They were afraid that if they appeared in front of Bai Ziyue, he would remember their previous actions and seek revenge. "Master." Soon, Bai Ziyue arrived in front of Luo Hua Ferry under Fan Qingyu's lead. Fan Qingyu greeted her respectfully and then lowered her head shyly. "Greetings, Senior." Ziyue also opened his mouth and said with clear eyes, "The surprise you gave me is really too big." Luo Hua Fairy opened her mouth, her eyes filled with complicated emotions. Ziyue's continuous performance really made her flabbergasted, and she also felt a wave of powerlessness and helplessness. As Fan Qingyu's master, she naturally hoped that her disciple would be able to find a Tao companion that she was satisfied with and had a bright future ahead of her. Previously, she had thought that Sidu Zheng was a good match for her. But now, she had to admit that Ziyue's performance had far surpassed Sidu Zheng's. Whether it was talent, strength, or the way he handled things, he was incomparably brilliant. Most importantly, Fan Qingyu liked it. Since that was the case, she couldn't say anything more. Daoist Clear Spring greets fellow Daoist Dark North. Daoist De Wang greets fellow Daoist Dark North. At this moment, the 2 elders of the Celestial Spirits sect approached them awkwardly and greeted them carefully. Ziyue's rise was inevitable, and no one could stop it. Now that Ziyue was among the many disciples of the Celestial Spirits sect, they naturally had to greet him. Even if they couldn't rope him in, at least they couldn't offend him. As for the old enmity between Ziyue and the Celestial Spirits sect, there was no old enmity between them. There is only new joy and joy. If Ziyue could marry Fan Qingyu of the Celestial Spirit sect and become Tao companions in the future, it would definitely be a good story. "You're welcome." Bai Ziyue nodded faintly, revealing a rare look of alienation. He had seen the attitude of the 2 Celestial Spirit sect cultivators before, so he naturally wouldn't be too close to them. Fan Qingyu, who was beside him, gently held Ziyue's hand, a trace of emotion on her face. She naturally knew that Ziyue's attitude was to stand up for her. At this moment, she only felt happy, and her spirit eyes revealed a strong affection that couldn't be dissolved. Taoist Qin Quan and Immortal De Wang's expressions changed slightly, and they were about to lose their temper. As elders of the celestial spirit sect, how high was their status? How terrifying was their strength? No matter where they went, they would be treated with respect. The sect leader had personally received them and welcomed them with joy and courtesy. In the end, they had kindly greeted Ziyue, but received such a cold reception. A surge of anger welled up in their hearts, and they were about to lose their temper. However, looking at the faint sarcasm on his face, and thinking of the monstrous battle intent and endless power that he had shown before, the anger in their hearts was immediately extinguished, as if it had been washed by endless cold water. Only a trace of resentment remained, and they didn't dare to lose their temper. Taoist Beiming, how about we move? My sect leader has just sent a message saying that he's on the way. Why don't we move to the Celestial Spirit Palace in the Black Wind Market first? At this moment, Fairy Luo Hua seemed to have received a message. Her expression changed slightly, and she suddenly looked solemnly at Ziyue, opening her mouth to invite him. Of course, Ziyue nodded in surprise, and then said with a smile, I also want to ask about some personal matters with you. Fairy Luo Hua was the master of Fan Xingyu and Zhao Yu, and she had been taking care of them before. Naturally, he would give her some face. Moreover, he did have some questions that he needed to ask. In the reception hall of the Celestial Spirit Palace in the Black Wind Market, even though it was just a newly built palace, as the residence of the Celestial Spirit sect, it was magnificent and the environment was beautiful. Above the meeting hall, there were words carved by experts who specialized in calligraphy and whose cultivation was at least at the gold course stage. Hall. It was simple and grand, and there were Taoist principles faintly manifested, which looked quite extraordinary. Just these few words alone could be used as the foundation of a grade 3 or even grade 4 array formation. If a divine realm cultivator acted rashly here, he would immediately be suppressed by the power in the words, and he would be unable to move. Of course, this kind of handwriting naturally didn't affect by Ziyue. Ziyue, led by Fairy Luo Hua, Taoist Qin Quan, and other cultivators of the Celestial Spirit sect, stepped directly into the hall, and then he saw a middle-aged Taoist with bright eyes who had been waiting for a long time in the reception hall. Half of his hair was white, and the other half was black. It was the sect leader of the Celestial Spirit sect, the supreme realm expert, Zhou Gutong. Beside Zhou Gutong stood another person who was the intermediate primordial soul stage expert of the Celestial Spirit sect, Mo Fan, whom Ziyue had met once and was scared away by him. Greetings, sect leader, junior brother Mo Fan. Greetings, senior brother Zhou, junior brother Mo. Greetings, sect leader, elder Mo Fan. Fairy Luo Hua, Taoist Qin Quan, and Fan Xingyu were all members of the Celestial Spirit sect. When they saw the sect leader, they naturally had to bow. Seeing this, Ziyue's expression was calm. He had already fought with Sidu Wu, who was also a supreme realm expert. When facing the sect leader of the Celestial Spirit sect, Zhou Gutong, he naturally did not have the same reverence as before. He only bowed and said, Greetings, sect leader Zhou. As he spoke, he looked at Mo Fan and smiled. Mo Fan, I trust you have been well since we last met. Greetings, Taoist Beiming. Mo Fan's expression changed slightly. When he saw the sect leader beside him, he felt a little relieved. He only smiled awkwardly and bowed respectfully. The trip to the Dragon Palace had made him have a clear understanding of Ziyue's strength. Although the things that happened in the Black Wind Canyon were shocking, in his opinion, it was very normal. Even the spirit-severing stage extraterrestrial demon was beaten back by Ziyue. Even if the other party was already injured, it was enough to prove his strength. Compared to the shock that the other party had given him at the beginning, killing 2 cultivators at the peak of the primordial soul stage and resisting the attack of a supreme realm expert was not worth mentioning. Now that the other party's strength had improved and reached the primordial soul stage, his combat strength would definitely soar. In his opinion, the current Ziyue's combat strength had definitely reached the supreme realm and was comparable to the sect leader of the Celestial Spirit sect, Zhou Gutong. Naturally, he would be very respectful to him. Long ago, I heard some of the glory of Taoist Bei Ming from junior brother Mo Fan. It was just that I was limited by your cultivation level, so I still had some doubts. I didn't expect that the tribulation in the Black Wind Canyon this time would be an eye-opener for me. Only now did I realize that my vision was still too shallow. Taoist Bei Ming's strength is indeed earth-shattering and admirable. Zhou Gutong's bright eyes looked at Ziyue as he spoke. Sect leader Zhou, you flatter me. Ziyue waved his hand and said humbly, I'm not flattering you. Even Situ Wu was sent into the void turbulence by you. Now, he is still wandering outside the Star Realm and does not dare to return to the Star Realm. Although you borrowed the power of the heavenly tribulation, such a method is not something that anyone can do. After all, to some extent, the Supreme Realm experts have reached the limit of the Star Realm. Ordinary heavenly tribulations really can't do anything to cultivators like us. As he spoke, he sighed with emotion and looked at Bai Ziyue with a hint of fear in his eyes. He truly regarded Zhou Gutong as an existence at the same level as himself. I think sect leader Zhou didn't invite me here just to flatter me, right? Hearing this, Ziyue could only say with a smile, Of course not. I would like to make a deal with you, fellow Taoist. Zhou Gutong shook his head and showed a serious expression. A deal? I don't know what I have to make a deal with you. Sect leader Zhou. Ziyue knew that Zhou Gutong was the sect leader of the Celestial Spirit sect. He was rich and powerful, and his influence was almost spread across the entire firmament territory. His strength was even more amazing. If you want to make a deal with him so seriously, it must be something extraordinary. Therefore, he was very cautious. Of course there is. You showed off your talents in the Dragon Palace and gain a lot. Countless people are envious, especially the corpse of the real dragon at the spirit-severing realm and the inferior demonic saber used by the demon Dao expert. They are both earth-shattering treasures. What I want to exchange with you are these two treasures. Zhou Gutong looked serious and said, Of course, in exchange, I won't let you down. This is the list of treasures in the Celestial Spirit sect. If you like it, you can exchange it. By the way, it also includes many cultivation methods and Taoist magic arts of the Celestial Spirit sect, such as the Celestial Spirit Divine Skill, the Golden Code of the Great Tao, the Great Sun Divine Saber. What? Sect leader. The Celestial Spirit Divine Skill is the supreme inheritance of the spirit-severing realm. It is the top inheritance left by the founder of the Celestial Spirit sect. Every person who cultivates the Celestial Spirit Divine Skill can become the sect leader of the Celestial Spirit sect. The Golden Code of the Great Tao is also one of the inheritances of the spirit-severing realm. It was created by the founder of the Celestial Spirit sect 18,000 years ago. Only the disciples who have passed the test of the 81 spiritual stone steps of the Celestial Spirit sect are qualified to cultivate it. How can you take it out and get it to an outsider? Sect leader, please reconsider. Taoist Clear Spring and Immortal Dewang were shocked and quickly tried to dissuade him. Are these inheritances so great? Do I need to cultivate them? Bai Ziyue glanced at the two of them and said calmly, Supreme inheritance of the spirit-severing realm? Did he lack it? In the Dragon Palace, he had obtained as many as 3 inheritances of the spirit-severing realm. Which one was weaker than the Celestial Spirit Divine Skill and the Golden Code of the Great Tao of the Celestial Spirit sect? Not to mention that he had created his own cultivation method, the Grand Primordial Spirit Scripture. The Grand Primordial Spirit Scripture was envied by the heavens. It could only be cultivated by him and could not be passed down. Even if it was passed down in the future, it could only be passed down to one person. It could definitely be called the strongest cultivation method. Why would he need to spy on the inheritance of the Celestial Spirit sect? In fact, even the perfect primordial spirit realm cultivation method that Ziyue had created before was definitely not weaker than the Celestial Spirit Divine Skill. It might even be better. I have my own decision. There is no need for you to say anything. Zhou Gutong's face changed when he heard that. He reprimanded Taoist Clear Spring and the others, then looked at Ziyue and explained, I know that you have amazing opportunities and your strength is even more shocking. You don't care much about the cultivation method of the Celestial Spirit sect. However, there are thousands of great Taoists, and all paths lead to the same destination. With the help of the predecessors' methods, you can verify each other. Perhaps you will gain something new. My two junior brothers are straightforward and hot-tempered. I apologize to you on their behalf. I hope you can forgive them. It's okay, I don't mind. Not to mention, I haven't decided whether to exchange or not. As Ziyue spoke, he looked at the list of treasures that Zhou Gutong had given him. Be it the corpse of the spirit severing stage, true dragon, or the demonic saber, their value is extremely shocking. Among them, the demonic saber was equivalent to the numinous treasure used by immortal technique cultivators. Although it was much more laborious for cultivators to use it than for fiendish cultivators, it could definitely increase the strength of cultivators by a level. For example, if an extreme realm expert used a numinous treasure or a demonic saber, he might be able to unleash a terrifying power that was comparable to a spirit-severing stage attack. As for the corpse of the spirit-severing stage, True Dragon, Ziyue felt that its value was even higher. This was because not only did it contain the essence and blood of the True Dragon, but the True Dragon's flesh, tendons, bones, and other materials of the Dragon Clan. The Tao law patterns on the other party's body that were almost condensed in a substance were even more helpful to the cultivation comprehension of cultivators. They could actually improve the realm of immortal techniques of cultivators. This kind of value and significance was extraordinary. It was especially so for a large sect. Chapter 803. It could be said that the corpse of a spirit-severing stage true dragon was a treasure that could greatly increase the foundation of a sect and raise the overall strength of the sect's cultivators by an entire level. From a certain perspective, it was indeed more valuable than a spirit treasure. I think the Celestial Spirit sect will definitely have something that you'll be satisfied with. Zhou Gutong said with a smile. Ziyue just looked at the list of treasures. Spiritual pills, magic treasures, various rare materials, and many other rare treasures that even Ziyue had never heard of. All of them were amazing treasures for cultivation. There were various formation flags and formation discs, top primordial spirit treasures, supreme spiritual pills that could restore the primordial spirit power of a peak primordial spirit realm practitioner or increase his combat strength by several times, the inheritance of a top expert, the treasure map of a secret realm, and even the cultivation industry. There was a dazzling array of treasures. Furthermore, after each treasure, not only did Zhou Gutong specifically mark out their uses, he even displayed the price of the treasures. For example, there was a flying treasure called the Large Boat. Not only could it carry 10 people, but it could also withstand a strike from a master at the pinnacle of the primordial soul realm. When it flew at full speed, it was comparable to a supreme master. It was even priced at 70,000 top-grade spirit stones. There was also the supreme spiritual pill that could restore the primordial spirit power of a peak primordial spirit realm practitioner. The price was 100,000 top-grade spiritual stones. A treasure map of a cave residence called Taoist Chinchi was priced at 200,000 top-grade spiritual stones. Even though Ziyue was experienced and knowledgeable, he could not help but be shocked. He could not help but sigh. As one of the top 10 forces of the Celestial Spirit sect in the Star Boundary and one of the 2 cultivation holy lands in the Firmament territory, its foundation was indeed impressive. There were indeed many treasures that moved by Ziyue when he saw them. Suddenly, Ziyue's eyes lit up when he saw the introduction of some spiritual lands. 5 Peaks Mountain, a 5th-grade spiritual land with a height of 3,000 feet and an area of 800 miles. Located 3,000 miles north of the Celestial Spirit sect, it is rich in 4th-grade spiritual fruits, golden peach fruits. Danger level, high. Guarded by a 6-tailed fox spirit, priced at 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. Strong Dazzling Mountain, a high-grade 5th-grade spiritual land with a height of 5,000 feet and a radius of 1,000 miles. Located 4,000 miles south of the Celestial Spirit Sect, it is rich in silver spirit ores. Danger level high. Currently, it is the dwelling of the golden subterranean beast, priced at 450,000 top-grade spirit stones. Punyu Mountain, a mid-grade 5 spiritual land. The peak is 70,000 zhang high and occupies an area of 700 li. It is located at, are these spiritual mountains and spiritual lands also the property of the heavenly spirit sect? Ziyue pointed at the spiritual lands and asked. He had always wanted to find a suitable place for his North Nether sect to settle down and establish his own sect. Although he had asked Fu Yunfan to start searching, there had been no news yet. Looking at the introduction of the Celestial Spirit sect, he could not help but be tempted. Moreover, the mid-grade and high-grade 5th-grade spiritual veins were indeed enough for his sect to use in a short period of time. However, he could not help but frown at the price. Although he was rich, if he wanted to buy a spiritual land, although it would not be to the extent of emptying his foundation, it would still hurt his muscles and bones, and he would feel a great shortage. The Celestial Spirit sect is one of the 2 holy lands in the Firmament territory. It occupies a vast area, and everything within a radius of 10,000 miles is under the influence of the Celestial Spirit sect. These spiritual veins are all within 10,000 miles of the Celestial Spirit sect, so they are naturally considered the property of the Celestial Spirit sect. If an ordinary force wants to occupy it, not only will they have to obtain the consent of the Celestial Spirit sect and pay a high price to buy it, but they will also have to open up the mountain and develop it themselves. For example, in the 5 Peaks Mountain, there is a 6-tailed spiritual monkey guarding it. The 6-tailed spiritual monkey is a great demon at the late stage of the primordial spirit realm. It is also occupied by a group of monkeys, which is very difficult to deal with. Without a certain level of strength, it is impossible to drive them away and occupy them. If someone can afford to pay the price, the Celestial Spirit sect will naturally drive them away and clear the obstacles. For a certain period of time, we will protect them and ensure their safety so that they will not be disturbed by external forces. If you like any mountain gate, I can give it to you for free, and I can guarantee that no cultivator or demon clan will dare to disturb it for 1,000 years. Zhou Gudong explained, and then said with a smile, Speaking of which, I have a sect that does need a spiritual land for its mountain gate. As for giving it to you, you don't have to pay the price. Ziyue shook his head and then said, I have my own use for the corpse of the separated god realm True Dragon, so I will not trade it. However, I can exchange this demonic treasure war saber with sect leader Zhou. As he spoke, he turned his hand, and a huge war saber that exuded a strong demonic chi appeared in his hand. What a strong demonic chi. This war saber has such a strong aura. Taoist Clear Spring and Fairy Luo Hua's expressions changed at the same time, and they looked at the war saber in Ziyue's hand in amazement. The aura and the strong demonic chi that seemed to be able to distort heaven and earth were too strong. It even caused the array in the entire meeting hall to vibrate slightly. The 3 words, Yi Hall, written by an expert, even faintly emitted light, as if they were about to be triggered by the demonic chi. This war saber has a strong demonic chi and is indeed extraordinary. Although it is only an inferior grade demonic treasure, it has already reached the peak of the inferior grade. It is only a step away from becoming a middle grade demonic treasure. Only fellow Taoist has a complete and transparent soul and a powerful primordial spirit. Otherwise, ordinary cultivators, even those in the late-stage primordial spirit realm, would be invaded by the baleful aura within. They would lose their minds and become a puppet that only knows how to kill. Zhou Gudong looked at the demonic treasure war saber, and his pupils shrank. Then, he said with a look of admiration, Inferior grade demonic treasure? Ziyue was stunned. He did not know that demonic treasures and spiritual treasures were also divided into grades. Spiritual treasures and demonic treasures are divided into inferior grade, middle grade, superior grade, and superior grade. It is also very easy to distinguish them. You just have to observe the strength of the divinity or demonic chi in the spiritual treasure. If the divinity is illusory, it is an inferior grade spiritual treasure. If the divinity is solid, like a burning fire in the wind, it is a middle grade spiritual treasure. If the divinity is solid, like a human form, it is a superior grade spiritual treasure. As for superior grade spiritual treasures, it is said that once the divinity is complete, it can evolve and cultivate on its own. Once there is a breakthrough, it can even jump out of the limits of the spiritual treasure and transcend. That is another level of change. The demonic treasure war saber in your hand is a treasure among the inferior grade demonic treasures. It is at the peak of the inferior grade. Even though demonic treasures are worth less than spiritual treasures of the same level to us immortal spell cultivators, the value of this war saber is still above that of ordinary inferior grade spiritual treasures. If it is calculated in terms of supreme grade spirit stones, it is about 1.2 million supreme grade spirit stones. Of course, due to the scarcity of spiritual treasures, once they appear in the world, they will often attract many experts to fight for them. Therefore, such treasures are mostly priceless. 1 million supreme grade spirit stones is just an estimated price. In fact, if it is a transaction, it is mostly done by bartering. There are very few cases of real transactions with spirit stones. By the way, the 9-dragon golden pagoda in your hand is unimaginably valuable. It is a superior grade spiritual treasure. Even in my celestial spirit sect, it is a great treasure that can keep the foundation of the sect intact for thousands of years. Fellow Taoist, your luck is truly admirable. Zhou Gudong didn't hide anything. He explained everything in detail and said, "That's right. In that case, I understand." Ziyue nodded. Only then did he understand why the list of treasures given by Zhou Gudong to the Celestial Spirit sect would also indicate the price of each treasure. It turned out that there was a price comparison. As for the Kunwa Golden Pagoda, he had long known that its grade was extraordinary, far superior to the demonic treasure war saber in his hand. However, he did not expect it to be a superior grade spiritual treasure. This made him feel a burst of joy. In that case, I will use this demonic treasure war saber to trade with you. It is also worth mentioning that the owner of this war saber, the extraterrestrial demon, is not dead yet. There will be some trouble when the time comes. Ziyue seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly reminded him. You can rest assured about this. Not to mention that the extraterrestrial demon is still injured and has not recovered. Even if it is at its peak, it will not dare to set foot within 1,000 miles of the Celestial Spirit sect. You should know that the 9 Tunes 1,000 Sand formation of Celestial Spirit sect is a 6th grade formation. Not to mention one extraterrestrial demon. Even if there are 3 or 4 of them, it is enough to block it. If it dares to step within 100 miles of the Celestial Spirit sect, we are even confident that we can completely kill it and annihilate it. Zhou Gudong said with a face full of confidence. Ziyue nodded and believed in this point. The reason why the Celestial Spirit sect, the Nature sect, and many other superpowers were powerful was not only that there were many experts in their sects, but also that their foundations were incomparably deep. A 6th grade formation was enough to block a spirit-severing stage expert. Even if there was no such expert in the sect, it could often be used for a long time. All right, then I will use this demonic treasure war saber to choose these few treasures. They're the 5 Peaks Mountain, an upper 5th grade spiritual land, 10 harmony flowers, 100 bottles of moonlight essence fluid, and the flying treasure of the gigantic boat. Ziyue pondered for a moment and said, the 5 Peaks Mountain, an upper 5th grade spiritual land, is priced at 500,000 supreme grade spirit stones. The moonlight essence fluid is priced at 1,000 supreme grade spirit stones per bottle, which is 100,000 supreme grade spirit stones. The gigantic boat is priced at 70,000 supreme grade spirit stones, which adds up to 970,000 supreme grade spirit stones. You can also choose treasures worth 230,000 supreme grade spirit stones. Zhou Gudong could not help but say, "There is no need. I would like to make a request for the rest. I hope Sect Master Zhou can agree to it. Bai Ziyu shook his head and said with a solemn expression, "What request? If I can do it, I will do my best." Zhou Gudong was equally solemn. He had already recognized Ziyue's strength and thought that he was on the same level as himself. He was a little happy that the other party had asked for help. If he could make the other party owe him a favor, it would be of great benefit to him and the Celestial Spirit sect. As for the old grudges, friendship with an undefeatable realm powerhouse was probably insignificant. As the sect master, he was naturally broad-minded. I hope Sect Master Zhou can agree to send a group of array masters to help me set up the mountain protection array. In addition, I hope that if Fan Qingyu and Zhao Yu are willing, Sect Master Zhou can let them go. Ziyu pondered for a moment and said, although he had already entrusted the matter of the mountain guarding grand formation to Master Comhard, it would take too long to set up the formation with only one person. Now that there was a chance, he was naturally willing to invite the array masters in the Celestial Spirit sect to help. As long as the core part was not lost, there was no need to worry about whether there would be a backup plan in the array. Not to mention, his own attainments in array masters were not low. As for the matter of Fan Qingyu and Zhao Yu, he was actually just taking precautions. Looking at the situation now, it seemed that the grudge between him and the Celestial Spirit sect had been settled, but the future was still unknown. He naturally had to think more about it. Of course, all of this depended on Fan Qingyu and Zhao Yu's own wishes. As for Fan Qingyu, she expressed that she did not want to be separated from him, and Zhao Yu, who was his younger sister, was even more attached to him. From Fan Qingyu's words, he also knew that the other party was extremely concerned about him. Now she was cultivating in seclusion. It was said that she wanted to break through to the Golden Core realm as soon as possible and return to the ancient desolate region, hoping to bring him back. While his heart was comforted, he also had to make some considerations for her. The matter of array masters is simple. Coincidentally, apart from junior brother Mo Fan's strength, he's also a formation master. If you're interested, he's willing to lead more than 100 third-grade formation masters to the Five Peaks Mountain to set up a formation for you. All the expenses will be included in the 270,000 top-grade spirit stones. Zhou Gudong pondered for a moment and said, Ziyu couldn't help but look at true supremacy Mo Fan in surprise. Taoist Biming, please take care of me in the future. True supremacy Mo Fan couldn't help but cup his fists and say awkwardly, True supremacy Mo Fan is too polite. I'll leave the matter of the mountain protection formation to you. Ziyu smiled and hurriedly said. As for Fan Qingyu and Zhao Yu, immediately after, Zhou Gudong spoke and then looked at Fan Qingyu. He also knew the relationship between the other party and Ziyu. He also knew that Zhao Yu, Fan Qingyu, and Ziyu were all cultivators from the ancient desolate region. The relationship between them must be extraordinary. He had the intention to refuse the other party's freedom to stay in the Celestial Spirit sect. After all, once they stayed in the Celestial Spirit sect, there would be a friendship between Ziyu and the Celestial Spirit sect. Not to mention, regardless of whether it was Fan Qingyu or Zhao Yu, they were both peerlessly talented individuals. They were exceptional geniuses that were 1 in 10,000. He naturally didn't want to let them go, but now that Ziyu deliberately mentioned it, he couldn't refuse. He could only say, they are all the disciples of Fairy Luo Hua. As for whether they stay or go, it's up to Fairy Luo Hua and their own wishes. I can't say it and be the bad guy. As long as they still recognize me as their master, they won't do anything to harm the Celestial Spirit sect in the future. I won't stop them. Fairy Luo Hua looked at Fan Qingyu and said with a little loneliness. She had cultivated for many years and had taken in countless disciples, but the ones she valued the most were Fan Qingyu and Zhao Yu. Now that she heard this, her mood was naturally complicated. Chapter 804. Master, you will always be my master. You will never change. Even if I leave, I will still be a disciple of the Celestial Spirit sect. This will not change because of anything. Fan Qingyu said. She respected her master, Fairy Luo Hua, very much. She also knew that the reason why she could reach the immortal cultivation realm and her physique was naturally compatible with the Great Way was because of her master's cultivation and the many treasures in the Celestial Spirit sect. Naturally, she knew how to be grateful. She also felt grateful in her heart. Therefore, even if she had decided to be with Ziyue, she would not give up her identity as the disciple of Fairy Luo Hua and a disciple of the Celestial Spirit sect. Good. My years of teaching you were not in vain. Fairy Luo Hua's face suddenly showed a gratified expression. Zhou Gudong also showed a trace of satisfaction on his face. As an expert of the Supreme Realm, he knew the importance of the friendship of an expert of the Supreme Realm. Even if Fan Qingyu was not an expert of the Supreme Realm, she could influence Ziyue, whose strength had reached the level of the Supreme Realm and whose future potential would be even more amazing. That was enough. The Celestial Spirit sect's efforts in the past were not in vain. In that case, thank you very much. Ziyue did not think too much. He just saluted Zhou Gudong and Fairy Luo Hua respectively. Then, as if he had thought of something, he frowned and asked, "How much does Master Zhou know about the current situation in the ancient Barren Domain?" After all, he was born in the ancient Barren Domain. Thousands of years ago, the ancient Barren Domain was one of the holy lands of immortal cultivation, which was not inferior to the firmament territory. It was rich in resources and countless experts. He naturally wanted to know more about the desolation and misery of the ancient Barren Domain. You want to ask about the ancient Barren Domain's destruction, the loss of spiritual qi, and the immortal cultivation desert, right? Zhou Gudong asked. Seeing Ziyue nod, his face became more serious. He said with a faint look in his eyes, "All of this is actually related to the arrival of the immortals 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago, there was a sudden change in the world. A 10,000-mile-long hole was torn open in the sky above the ancient barren region. There seemed to be a flash of light. Then, 7 powerful cultivators from another world crushed the barrier of the astral world and stepped into our astral world. At that time, there were also spirit-severing stage powerhouses in our astral boundary. We learned from them that each of the 7 powerhouses was at an earth-shattering level. Even the weakest of them had gone far in the immortal Tao realm. It was equivalent to the difference between an early-stage primordial spirit realm cultivator and a late-stage primordial spirit realm cultivator. In fact, the difference was even greater because of the difference in strength. At the very least, the spirit-severing stage cultivator had said that any one of the 7 cultivators could easily crush him. As for the strongest one, he had even touched upon the next realm of the immortal Tao. He had reached the realm of the fusion of spirit and flesh, the fusion of flesh and spirit, and the fusion of spirit and heaven. He could be called a peerless, true immortal, and every move of his contained great power. These 7 experts did not care about any of the cultivators in the star boundary. For some reason, a shocking battle broke out in the ancient desolate region. That battle was extremely short. It only took an hour from start to finish. The consequences were extremely terrifying. The entire ancient desolate region was shattered. Countless cultivators and billions of living beings all died in the natural disaster. Even the pure Yang Sword sect, the top immortal sect in the ancient desolate region, sank and was destroyed. There was also a spirit-severing stage powerhouse in the pure Yang Sword sect who was easily killed and fell together with the pure Yang Sword sect. As he spoke, Zhou Gutong's face was filled with emotion. This could indeed be considered a natural disaster. The 7 true immortals above the late-stage spirit-severing stage had shocking strength. Every move of theirs had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. It was also because the battle had broken out in the ancient desolate region. If it had been in the firmament territory, their heavenly spirit sect would not have been able to escape the fate of destruction. Therefore, most of the cultivators who knew about this felt sympathy and shock for the ancient desolate region. The arrival of the 7 true immortals caused a great battle that blew up the entire ancient desolate region. Ziyue was stunned and somewhat stunned. Although he had long known that there must be another reason for the change in the ancient desolate region, or perhaps it was related to the fierce battle between some experts. However, he never would have thought that the real reason was because 7 top true immortals had fought a great battle. That was why such a side drum had been triggered, causing the entire ancient desolate region to almost sink. Then what happened to the 7 true immortals? After a long while, Ziyue asked with an inexplicable expression. Although that great battle was short, the consequences were too shocking. Of the 7 true immortals, some of them naturally died because of this, forming a huge immortal graveyard. However, we have no way of knowing how many of them died and who survived. However, ever since that great battle, we have never heard of any traces of true immortals appearing. Some people said that the victor did not pay attention to the cultivators of the star boundary and directly left. Some people also said that the 7 true immortals perished together in that great battle. Some people even said that the catastrophe caused by that great battle was too great, causing the will of the star boundary to be dissatisfied. Therefore, the will of the star boundary awakened and directly suppressed them. I am inclined to believe that some of them must still be alive and have not left. They're still in the star boundary. Zhou Gutong's words were shocking. Still in the star boundary? Ziyue was shocked. He suddenly thought of the endless astral winds in the astral wind canyon, the void barrier in front of the 100,000 mountains, and the sea vortex that appeared out of nowhere in the endless sea region. Which one of them did not require earth-shattering means to set up? At least, with his current strength and means, it was impossible for him to do this. Even if he forced his way in, he might not have much confidence. Then this time, is the great calamity of the star boundary that they're talking about related to these true immortals? When exactly will the great calamity of the star boundary descend? Ziyue quickly asked. Maybe it is related, maybe it is not. No one can clearly see this point. After all, those true immortals have not shown any signs of appearing until now. As for when exactly will the great calamity of the star boundary descend? As Zhou Gutong spoke, a solemn expression appeared on his face. He continued, the great calamity has actually already descended. It is just that it has not erupted on a large scale. The great calamity of the star boundary this time is actually similar to the invasion of the extraterrestrial demons tens of thousands of years ago. It is just that tens of thousands of years ago, the invasion of the extraterrestrial demons was by the help of the void turbulence and teleporting through the starry sky. The number of extraterrestrial demons that descended was relatively small, and there were also not many top spirit severing stage mighty immortals. But even so, that great calamity also caused great damage to the star boundary. The top ancient clans, the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan, were annihilated one after another, and several top immortal cultivation sects were ruined because of this and lost their inheritance. And this time, for some unknown reason, the star boundary and the demon realm, where the extraterrestrial demons were located, gradually became close to each other. The two worlds began to collide, causing some connection points between the two worlds to appear. Cultivators from both sides could use the connection points to step into the other world. Now, in the northern part of the purple-green mountains of the Firmament territory, Mount Hung of the True Law territory, and the Sky Demon territory, especially the Sky Demon territory, it is said that there are 3 connection points that have appeared. Although the strength of the cultivators entering and exiting the connection points is relatively weak, as time passes, the space of the connection points has actually been expanding. It is said that in the Sky Demon territory, there are already deity realm extraterrestrial demons that have stepped into the star boundary through the connection points. Moreover, it is hard to guarantee that there are still unknown connection points that have not been discovered. Once there is a connection point that can allow the primordial spirit realm, or even the spirit severing stage to appear, it will definitely be a great calamity for the star boundary. You should know that the territory of the demon realm is 10 times that of the star boundary, and the number of experts there is more than several times that of the star boundary. It is said that the number of spirit severing stage mighty immortals is more than 20. Among them, there are even intermediate spirit severing stage mighty immortals and even advanced spirit severing stage mighty immortals. Zhou Gutong said with a solemn expression. Hearing this, Ziyue's expression also changed. He had only glimpsed the strength of the demon realm from the great battle tens of thousands of years ago. If the entire demon realm was really connected to the star boundary, with the ferocity of the extraterrestrial demons and the terrifying strength of the extraterrestrial demons, the star boundary would definitely suffer unimaginable damage. The entire human race's immortal spell forces would even sink. Because of this, I didn't expect that there would be such a hidden danger in the seemingly peaceful immortal spell world. Then, according to Sect Master Zhou's judgment, when will the connection points of the star boundary reach the point where primordial spirit severing stage mighty immortals can step into each other? Ziyue naturally knew that ordinary extraterrestrial demons that stepped into the star boundary could not pose a threat to the entire star boundary. After all, although the overall strength of the star boundary was weaker than that of the demon realm, there were many top experts. With the current strength of the connection points of the star boundary, any primordial spirit severing stage mighty immortals could suppress everything. Even if the extraterrestrial demons really stepped into the star boundary, they would not be able to escape the misfortune of being turned into ashes. However, the connection points of the star boundary were constantly expanding. Naturally, the strength of the extraterrestrial demons that could step into the star boundary would also continue to increase. Once a primordial spirit severing stage mighty immortals stepped into the star boundary, the impact would be too great. An endless stream of primordial spirit severing stage mighty immortals would be enough to give any immortal spell forces a headache. 3 years, at most 3 years. If there are any unforeseen circumstances during this period, primordial spirit severing stage mighty immortals will step into the star boundary in less than 3 years. In fact, this was also the reason why the Thousand Phenomena sect could not wait to promote Sidu Zheng as the youth leader. This was because such a young experts campaign could gather the forces of the world and would be supported by the endless fate of the star boundary. It would bring unimaginable benefits to the future cultivation and opportunities of the immortal spell cultivators. Now all of this has been stopped by you, and it has fallen on you. Perhaps the hope of the entire star boundary really has to fall on you, fellow Taoist. If you are willing, I am willing to recommend you as the youth leader of the Firmament Territory in the name of the Celestial Spirit Sect. You will lead the many young cultivators in the Firmament Territory to guard the connection points of the Indigo Mountains. As Zhou Gutong spoke, he looked at Ziyue with admiration. Indeed, he sincerely hoped that he could recommend Ziyue to accept this position. As an initial primordial spirit severing stage mighty immortals, Zhou Gutong had unlimited potential and astonishing battle strength. In his opinion, there was no one more suitable than Zhou Gutong. Although Ziyue was not from the Celestial Spirit Sect, it was still a fact that he had a close relationship with the Celestial Spirit Sect. If Zhou Gutong really relied on the fate of the star boundary to become an immortal spell mighty immortal expert, he might be able to protect the Celestial Spirit Sect. 3 years? Ziyue frowned. Time was a little tight. Then, he shook his head and hurriedly said, I appreciate sect leader Zhou's kindness. However, I don't care about the youth leader position. Perhaps if I become a youth leader, I will indeed be blessed by the fate of the star boundary, and my cultivation will be much smoother. However, we cultivators go against the will of the heavens. If we really fall to the point where we need to rely on the fate of the star boundary to have the confidence to advance bravely and reach a higher level, we will lose our original desire to seek the Tao. This is something that I will not take. I am more willing to rely on my own efforts to cultivate and tread on the heavens to reach the peak. Good ambition. Zhou Gutong was shocked when he heard this. In the end, he let out a long sigh and said, perhaps only such lofty aspirations can create such monstrous talent. Fairy Luo Hua, Fan Xingyu, and the others at the side also looked at Ziyue with admiration and admiration. Zhou Gudong gave up the opportunity to become an immortal spell mighty immortal expert and strive to tread on the heavens with his own strength and cultivate in adversity. It was really admirable. You flatter me. Ziyue smiled, but he felt a little bitter. He actually just did not want to trouble himself. As for relying on his own efforts to cultivate and tread on the heavens, it was purely because he had the attribute panel. He was not like ordinary cultivators who needed to cultivate painstakingly and spend a lot of time. As long as he had sufficient spiritual energy, he could naturally use the power of the attribute panel to rapidly increase his strength. In fact, even at this very moment, he still had about 2 billion spiritual energy left. If he wanted to, he could use the attribute panel to directly raise his immortal technique realm to the peak of the early stage primordial soul realm, or even the mid-stage primordial soul realm. However, he did not do so because it would be too shocking and cause the surrounding cultivators to notice that something was wrong. By the way, since there are more than 20 spirit-severing stage mighty immortals in the demon realm, how many spirit-severing stage mighty immortals are there in the astral realm? Ziyue asked curiously. Not a single one. Zhou Gudong shook his head and said with a bitter smile, the resources in the astral realm are still sufficient for us primordial soul realm cultivators, but for spirit-severing stage mighty immortals, it is a little lacking. It is not like the demon realm, where there are enough treasures to provide for spirit-severing stage mighty immortals to cultivate and improve. In addition to the natural rejection of the astral realm, spirit-severing stage mighty immortals in the astral realm usually leave the astral realm soon after breaking through to the outer realm to explore the mysteries. There are very few who can stay in the astral realm. Moreover, they can only stay for 1,000 years at most. After 1,000 years, they will definitely be rejected by the astral realm and expelled. Chapter 805. Will they be expelled after 1,000 years? Ziyue thought about the extraterritorial demon in the Dragon Palace and the 7 genuine immortals mentioned by Zhou Gudong. Are they not bound by heaven and earth? Maybe there are some reasons that I don't know. He took the opportunity to bring it up. However, although Zhou Gudong's status and strength were extraordinary, he didn't know much about things that involved the spirit-severing realm, so he couldn't say anything. He could only guess that the extraterritorial demon might have escaped the detection of the will of the star realm because of its serious injury and its mysterious aura. As for the genuine immortal, it was very likely that he had other means to avoid detection. Subsequently, seeing that this was a rare opportunity, by Ziyue and Zhou Gudong took the opportunity to sit down and discuss. They explained their understanding of the laws of the world. Both of them felt that they had gained a lot, especially some of Ziyue's views, because they were obtained directly through the attribute panel, and he had the inheritance of the 3 spirit-severing stage experts. His foundation was even more profound than Zhou Gudong's. Zhou Gudong's eyes lit up, and he felt that he had gained something. He was very excited. Fan Qingyu, Fairy Luo Hua, Taoist Clear Spring, and the other strength was actually not low, but compared to Ziyue and Zhou Gudong, they were much weaker. At this time, when they heard the Taoist voice, they were intoxicated and felt that many difficult questions and puzzles had been solved at this time. Some problems that had been troubling them for decades were solved because of this, and their realms improved a little. Fan Qingyu, in particular, had extraordinary aptitude and special physique, and was born to conform to the Great Way. At this time, when she heard the Taoist voice, her Taoist body resonated, and her body emitted a strange light. There were Taoist principles around her, as if the rules of heaven and earth were directly poured into her mind. Originally, although she was at the peak of the divine realm, she was still a little away from condensing a gold core and needed some time. But now, not only did she have enough foundation and perfect her realm, but she also had absolute confidence that she could condense a first-grade gold core. If she had the support of treasures, she could try condensing a gold core. In this way, the discussion went on for 3 days and 3 nights. Almost everyone benefited a lot and felt that their progress was amazing. My friend's understanding of the rules of heaven and earth and the elaboration of the Great Way is really an eye-opener. If I didn't see it with my own eyes and hear it with my own ears, I really can't believe that you have just broken through to the primordial spirit realm. After a long time, Zhou Gutong stood up and said with a look of admiration, Sex Master Zhou's understanding of the Great Way is also very profound. This time, it is also my honor to be able to receive sect leader Zhou's guidance. Ziyue also replied humbly. Zhou Gutong laughed, Zhou guffing. Zhou Gutong laughed loudly. Then, he said with some emotion, the world is a cage. If you can't break free from this cage, you're just a bird in a cage, a fish in a net. You can't escape. How? asked Zhou, fellow Taoist. Have you sensed a type of suppression originating from heaven and earth? Fellow Taoist, you're only at the early stage primordial spirit realm, so there's still plenty of room for improvement. Perhaps you won't be able to feel it too deeply, but if you strike with all your might, you should be able to feel the invisible binding. Zhou Gutong looked at by Ziyue and said, Strike with all my might? Ziyue was puzzled. After breaking through to the primordial spirit realm, he had indeed not really struck with all his might. With a thought, he activated the heaven patching technique, great Tao manifestation, and many other techniques, and then controlled the flying sword to rush out. He directly stabbed with the heart sword technique. Buzz! The sword was extremely fast, and it pierced through the void easily. Then, with a loud boom, the void membrane was instantly shattered and a large hole was formed. On the other side of the hole was the scene of spatial turbulence. Indeed, I feel a kind of restraint. It's as if the entire world is suppressing my strength. Ziyue's expression changed. Originally, with his control of his own strength, this sword stab would definitely be able to pierce through the void and break the void membrane. However, it would definitely not cause the power to disperse and cause a large part of the void to collapse. The reason for this was that there was a sudden suppressive force in the void that was suppressing the power of his attack. Under the suppression of the world, it seemed that he could only unleash this much power and could not increase it by even a little. This is what only Supreme Realm cultivators can feel. The shackles of the world and the suppression of the great Tao. Regardless of strength, speed, or defensive power, under the suppression of the world, one can only unleash a certain level of power at most. Generally speaking, such suppression of the world can only be felt by peak primordial spirit realm experts. However, your combat power has also reached the level of the Supreme Realm. Naturally, you will feel the same, Zhou Gutong explained. Hearing this, Ziyue was stunned. He finally understood the true meaning of the Supreme Realm cultivator. The Supreme Realm did not refer to a certain realm. In fact, even Zhou Gutong, who was a Supreme Realm cultivator, was also at the peak of the primordial spirit realm. The Supreme Realm referred to a certain level of power. It was the strongest power that a cultivator could unleash with the approval of the world. Even if a cultivator's actual strength exceeded the level of the Supreme Realm, under the suppression of the power of the astral realm, he could only unleash such a powerful attack at most. Then how can I unleash power that surpasses the level of the Supreme Realm? Ziyue could not help but ask. The suppression of the world shackles did not have much of an effect on ordinary cultivators. However, to true Supreme Realm experts, it was too frustrating. What they wanted more was to be free and unfettered. They wanted to be able to unleash all of their power with one attack without being affected at all. This kind of suppression of the world was another kind of shackle to them. No one wanted to have a set of shackles that would affect their strength. It's very difficult, Zhou Gutong said with a serious expression. Generally, there are only two ways. The first is simple. You can break through the realm and reach the spirit-severing stage to become a mighty immortal. In this way, your realm will transcend and your primordial spirit will transform. Naturally, you will be able to break free from the shackles of the world and unleash an attack that surpasses the limits of the primordial spirit realm. As for the other type, it was a little more complicated. It requires a supreme realm expert to improve their skills to the extreme and create a technique that is completely compatible with them and can perfectly unleash the advantage of their strength. This technique surpasses the supreme Tao techniques. Once it is unleashed, it often has the power of the spirit-severing stage. The power can break the sky and pierce through the firmament. It can be said to be at the heaven-breaking level. People even call this technique a heaven-breaking level Tao technique. You can break through the realm and reach the spirit-severing stage to become a mighty immortal. Or you can integrate yourself and create a heaven-breaking level Tao technique that is completely compatible with you. Ziyue's heart skipped a beat. Whether it was breaking through to the spirit-severing stage to become a mighty immortal or integrating yourself and creating a heaven-breaking level Tao technique that surpassed the level of Tao techniques, it was not a simple matter. Not only did it require a lot of time and energy, but it also required a lot of opportunity and comprehension. Then, in the current immortal spell world, is there anyone who can create a heaven-breaking level Tao technique? Ziyue asked immediately. Previously, he already knew that there were no spirit-severing stage mighty immortals in the current astral realm. Naturally, he was very curious about this heaven-breaking level Tao technique. This heaven-breaking level Tao technique is actually considered a type of supreme Tao technique. However, only the creator himself will be able to perfectly unleash the effects and power of the technique. Therefore, it is simply impossible to reach the level of heaven-breaking level just by learning and cultivating it. At present, in the entire immortal spell world, there are indeed people who have created heaven-breaking level Tao techniques and can unleash attacks that surpass heaven and earth. They are the Palace Lord of the 9 Stars Tao Palace, Zhao Qianquan of the Great Tao Business Alliance, and Zhang Wanli of the Limitless Demon Sect. These 3 are recognized as supreme realm experts who can unleash heaven-breaking attacks that are comparable to spirit-severing stage mighty immortals. Compared to them, Sect Master Situ, Wu of the Myriad Phenomenon Sect, and I are a little inferior. In the end, we were unable to create our own heaven-breaking level Tao techniques. Zhou Gutong shook his head and sighed. There are actually 3 powerhouses who have achieved this. Ziyue's face suddenly revealed a trace of shock. He also knew in his heart how difficult it was. Just like Situ Wu and Zhou Gutong, which one of them was not at the peak of the primordial soul stage for hundreds of thousands of years. In fact, they had even stepped into the supreme realm for hundreds of years. However, even so, they were unable to create a heaven-breaking level Tao technique. One could imagine how difficult it was. However, thinking about it, it was normal. If Situ Wu could really do this, the threat of the tribulation would not have been able to do anything to him. However, breaking through to the spirit-severing stage is difficult for me in a short period of time. However, it is not difficult to integrate myself and create a heaven-breaking level Tao technique that can surpass the restrictions of heaven and earth. Ziyue suddenly thought of the precious treasure he had, the Book of the Great Tao. As long as he had enough energy, he could naturally use the Book of the Great Tao to create a heaven-breaking level Tao technique that belonged to him. Not to mention, he also had the attribute panel and spiritual energy to assist him. In a stretch of huge mountains, a huge flying boat swept across like lightning and disappeared in a flash. This huge flying boat was golden in color. Its appearance was like a rowboat, but the inside was very different. Not only did it have a normal cabin deck, but it also had a secret cultivation room that was independent. This flying boat was the large boat that Ziyue had spent 70,000 supreme-grade spirit stones to exchange for from the Celestial Spirit Sect. At this moment, there were many cultivators sitting cross-legged on the large boat. Ziyue, Fan Xingyu, Jiang Taixian, and the Formation Master, Master Comhart, an elder of the Celestial Spirit Sect. His Formation Master was even better than Master Comhart, true Venerable Mo Fan. Since the day after the sparring session, The many treasures that Ziyue had exchanged from the Celestial Spirit sect had been in his hands one by one. He also fulfilled his promise and handed the demonic saber to the sect leader of the Celestial Spirit sect, Zhou Gutong. True Venerable Mo fan. How far is it from here to the Five Peaks Mountain? Suddenly, on the flying boat, Ziyue slowly opened his eyes. It was as if he had triggered lightning in the void, and there was a feeling of the great Tao descending from the sky. Sect leader Biming, with the speed of the large boat, we will reach the Five Peaks Mountain in half a day at most. True Venerable Mo fan looked into Ziyue's eyes, and his pupils shrank. He could feel the terror in them, and he hurriedly spoke carefully. He was even more in awe of Ziyue. It was not only because he had successfully passed the tribulation and stepped into the primordial soul realm, but also because of the peerless demeanor and supreme spirit that he had displayed in the Dragon Palace. The battle back then had left a deep impression on him. This large boat is indeed one of the best flying boats in the world. With such extreme speed, we have traveled such a long distance in just half a day. We have officially stepped into the northern area of the Purple-Green Mountains. Master Calmheart was also horrified. This large boat is a treasure that can save the life of a peak primordial soul realm cultivator. Of course, it is extremely fast. True Venerable Mo fan said with a cold smile. Apart from Ziyue and Fan Qingyu, he would not be courteous to anyone else, especially when he knew that Master Calmheart was a formation master like him, and her formation skills were not as good as his. As for Jiang Taixian, he sat obediently to the side, not daring to express any opinions. Half a day? It is indeed very fast. Ziyue nodded. He was quite satisfied with the speed of the large boat. If it was his own speed, it would naturally be faster than the large boat. However, even if it was him, if he carried so many people with him at full speed, it would be very difficult for him, and his speed would be greatly reduced. With the large boat, not only was it extremely fast, but it could also carry a lot of people. Naturally, it was much more convenient. The Purple-Green Mountains was a huge, undulating mountain range that seemed to have no end. Not only was the Celestial Spirit sect located in it, but even the Nature sect was not too far away from the Celestial Spirit sect, not to mention the countless small sects that were entrenched in it. The Five Peaks Mountain that Ziyue had chosen was in the northern region of the Purple-Green Mountains. It was 3,000 miles away from the nearest immortal sections. Not only was it slightly desolate, but it was also surrounded by a group of strong cultivators. Not to mention the threat of the Five Peaks Mountain itself. The six-tailed spiritual monkey was also surrounded by monsters that were comparable to the primordial soul realm. Therefore, this exploration was actually a very dangerous thing to do. Fortunately, Ziyue was skilled and bold, and his strength was shocking. He could suppress everything, so there was no need to worry about this. However, if there is still half a day, I wonder if it is enough. Ziyue had a thoughtful look on his face. From Zhou Gudong's words, he had truly learned far too many secrets. He had also learned many secrets that could only be understood after reaching a certain level. For example, the arrival of the immortals and the calamity of the astral boundary. For example, the situation of the strong cultivators of the astral boundary and the spirit-severing realm. For example, the shackles of heaven and earth, the suppression of the great Tao. Chapter 806. In particular, the shackles of heaven and earth and the suppression of the great Tao had a great impact on his strength. Now, he had only just raised his attack power to the level of the supreme realm. When he struck with all his strength, he could already feel the obvious suppression of the great Tao. What if he still could not break through the suppression of the great Tao when his cultivation level increased and his strength increased? This is actually something that is very likely to happen. According to sect leader Zhou, the shackles of heaven and earth and the suppression of the great Tao are a kind of suppression of one's cultivation level. It is a kind of confusion in one's understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. If one's cultivation level has not reached the spirit-severing stage, their techniques have not broken through the limits of the shackles. They will not be able to break through the layers of the laws of heaven and earth and the shackles of the great Tao. After all, my cultivation level has only increased from the early stage to the mid-stage of the primordial spirit realm. It will take a long time before I reach the spirit-severing stage. In other words, it will consume a huge amount of soul energy. In terms of cultivation level, I have not truly reached the spirit-severing stage. I have only reached the level of strength. Ziyue had his own judgment. Cultivation level and strength coexisted. Between the two, there would be a huge gap between them and ordinary cultivators because of their techniques or the depth of their foundation. For example, Ziyue's cultivation level was only at the early stage of the primordial spirit realm, but his strength had reached the supreme realm. He was different from ordinary cultivators. However, cultivation level was still cultivation level. The early stage of the primordial spirit realm was still the early stage of the primordial spirit realm. In terms of cultivation level, he was actually inferior to Zhou, Gudong, and Sida Wu. He was even inferior to Mo Fan, who was at the mid-stage of the primordial spirit realm. However, perhaps because the cultivation method he cultivated was created by himself, his understanding of the laws of heaven and earth, as well as his understanding of the laws of heaven and earth, as well as his understanding of cultivation level, was higher than his opponents. However, this only meant that his cultivation did not have a bottleneck. The actual use of power, or rather, the power structure of the primordial spirit, was ultimately inferior to a real high-level cultivator. However, I still have to give it a try. Let me see if I can break through the suppression of heaven and earth and the seal of the great Tao if my cultivation level and strength increase. Ziyue was extremely ambitious. He was confident that if his cultivation level increased and the power of the primordial spirit evolved, his cultivation level and strength would also increase. He would be able to break through the suppression of heaven and earth. Thinking of this, he glanced at his attribute panel. There's still over 13 billion points of soul energy left. It should be enough for me to improve my immortal techniques. Ziyue's gaze quickly landed on his stats window. It was the primordial spirit cultivation method, the Grand Yuan spirit scripture. By consuming 2 billion points of soul energy, the Grand Primordial Spirit Canon can be upgraded from beginner to small success. The Primordial Spirit Canon, from the initial stage to the initial stage, is actually to raise the realm of my immortal techniques from the initial stage of the Primordial Spirit realm to the intermediate stage of the Primordial Spirit realm. Moreover, it is only the initial stage of entering the intermediate stage of the primordial spirit realm, but the amount of spiritual energy required is already as much as 2 billion. What about great success and perfection? What kind of terrifying amount of soul energy would it consume? Ziyue's face revealed a rare trace of sluggishness. He suddenly realized that he was only at the primordial soul stage. If he continued to increase his cultivation level in the future and reach the spirit-severing stage, or even beyond that, how terrifying would the energy he would need to break through be? By then, would there really be so many experts and enemies waiting for him to kill? Forget it. This is ultimately a blessing in disguise. This stats window is already enough to allow me to have countless more opportunities and possibilities compared to ordinary cultivators, and save me a lot of cultivation time. I can't ask for too much. Moreover, it's not like I can't cultivate. Even if my true cultivation talent is not as good as those super geniuses, resources, comprehension, opportunities, and even blessings are the most important in the later stages of an immortal techniques cultivator. Ordinary cultivation talent is not that important. Ziyue's mentality was extremely good. Even though he knew that in the future, he might need to spend more time to improve his cultivation through the stats window, he was not disheartened. He had always believed that by relying on his own hard work in cultivation, he could also achieve Tao transcendence and climb to the top. The stats window was only a supplementary method. If he really used this supplementary method as the foundation of his cultivation and neglected his own hard work, He would lose his original intention and cause the great Tao to be covered in dust. Consume. After a moment of enlightenment, Ziyue's mind became even more resolute, and he chose to consume without hesitation. In an instant, Ziyue felt his mind move. The golden essence soul power in his body quickly circulated through the essence soul realm cultivation technique, the Great Essence Soul Scripture. The Great Primordial Spirit Scripture was created by Ziyue. The primordial spirit and the physical body complemented each other. It was a cultivation method that could improve both the primordial spirit and the primordial spirit. As the endless spiritual energy was consumed, his physical body and primordial spirit began to improve rapidly. Not only did the golden light of the essence soul continue to strengthen, but even the strength of his physical body and the deeper layers of his physical body particles were also continuously strengthening. This was especially so for the physical body particles. With the support of the essence soul power, they seemed to be glowing with potential. They emitted a lustrous radiance and became tougher and more powerful. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, when his physical body and essence soul had both improved to a certain limit. Boom! It was as if he had broken through the shackles and opened a new life. A special aura that was far more powerful than before involuntarily emitted. I'm at the mid-stage essence soul realm. Ziyue's mind shook, and he also felt a little happy. The feeling of having a breakthrough and a surge in power was indeed very intoxicating. On the side, Mo Fan, True Venerate Mo Fan, and the others also seemed to have felt the difference in Ziyue. They all looked at him in shock. Even though Ziyue had already used the shadow gravity domain to protect himself before the breakthrough, the aura of the breakthrough was too strong. It directly broke through the protection of the shadow gravity domain, and a trace of his aura eventually leaked out. Mid-stage essence soul realm? Sect Master Biming. Have you already broken through to the mid-stage essence soul realm? Mo Fan's eyes were dull as he asked with a shocked face. The others were also surprised and confused. They were limited by their strength, and their perception was not as sharp as Mo Fan's, who had already reached the peak of the mid-stage essence soul realm. However, they did feel that Ziyue's aura had increased tremendously compared to before. But to break through to the mid-stage essence soul realm? That's impossible, right? That's too fast. How long had it been since he had just successfully passed the tribulation and became a true cultivator of the essence soul realm? How could there be a breakthrough so quickly? In fact, even Mo Fan's True Venerate Mo Fan was a little suspicious. He thought that everything that had happened before was just an illusion. It's just a little bit. Ziyue explained indifferently and did not say anything else. Although he was now not afraid of others knowing about the change in his strength, he was not afraid of being discovered by others. After all, he was already at the pinnacle state and was not afraid of anyone. Even if he could not defeat them, he could still step into the turbulence of space to escape. However, he was naturally cautious and naturally kept a little bit of caution. He did not take the initiative to admit that he had already reached the mid-stage essence soul realm. As he maintained the shadow gravity domain, it was extremely difficult for anyone to see through his true realm unless their strength was at least 2 levels higher than his. As he said that, a flying sword rushed out of his body with a thought. Chi! The flying sword used the heart sword technique and turned into a stream of light that pierced into the void. Rumble! The space barrier shattered, and a large part of the void collapsed instantly, forming a huge turbulence of space. Under the destruction of the terrifying power, the turbulence of space was maintained, and it took a long time for the power of the star world to restore it. What a powerful attack! The strength of this attack seems to be a lot stronger than when he was in the Heavenly Spirit Palace. Jiang Taixian exclaimed, dazzled and fascinated. This attack is indeed too powerful. It feels more terrifying than the full-powered attack of the sect leader of the nature sect, the pinnacle state expert Sidu Wu. Fan Qingyu nodded as she looked at Ziyue with her bright eyes. She was very intoxicated. Indeed, I really did not expect sect leader Bei Ming's strength to increase so much in such a short time. As far as I know, after a cultivator's strength breaks through, there is usually a period of rapid growth. During this period of time, the cultivator's strength will continue to increase, and it will only stabilize after a period of time. Could this be sect leader Bei Ming's true strength, and he just did not increase it to the extreme before? Master Jingxin was also amazed. The power that erupted from Ziyue's attack was too terrifying. Even if their cultivation was slightly lower and they did not have enough control over their strength, they could still clearly feel the difference in strength. This speed of growth is too terrifying. It's so terrifying that it's shocking. True Venerate Mo Fan murmured in a low voice. While he was shocked, he also felt a chill in his heart. Before this, he was still full of confidence and wanted to find trouble with Ziyue to stand up for the Celestial Spirit sect. Now that he thought about it, he was really glad. Fortunately, back in the Dragon Palace, he saw the opportunity early and escaped in time. Otherwise, he would have died on the spot. Fortunately, when he met Ziyue this time, he was with sect leader Zhou Gutong. Otherwise, if Ziyue wanted to make a fuss about it, how could he still be alive? Fortunately, he had the identity of a formation grandmaster and had already turned hostility into friendship with Zhou Gutong. Otherwise, how could he have a chance to see Zhou Gutong's extraordinary means? As expected, however, unlike Fan Qingyu, Jiang Taixian, True Venerate Mo Fan, and the others who were exclaiming excitedly, Ziyue sighed. After breaking through to the intermediate primordial spirit realm, my strength is much stronger than before. The power of my full-powered attack is also much stronger than before. However, the moment this power rushed out, it was actually sensed by the heavens and the earth, and was thus suppressed. Although the power released by this attack is terrifying, and the range of the spatial barrier has increased by countless times, in terms of attack power, it's still at the level of a Lammeter, and it hasn't increased in the slightest. Was the attack of the Supreme Realm weak? Not all. However, when Ziyue was in the early primordial spirit realm, he was already able to unleash the power of the Supreme Realm. Now that he had improved to the intermediate primordial spirit realm, the strength of his attack was still at the level of the Supreme Realm. Naturally, he was a little depressed. It seems like my previous speculation is correct. I have to integrate everything in terms of realm or strength and transcend the limits before I can truly unleash my full strength. Ziyue was well aware of this. In terms of realm, he had just broken through to the intermediate primordial spirit realm. After that, there was still the advanced primordial spirit realm, the peak primordial spirit realm, and then the spirit severing stage. Not only was it difficult to improve, but it also required a lot of soul energy. It required tens of billions of soul energy. At the very least, he would not be able to gather that much soul energy in a short period of time. Therefore, the only thing he could think of was to meet the requirements in terms of strength and technique. Create a heaven-breaking Tao technique. It was a technique that belonged to him alone and could completely integrate his strength, unleash all his advantages, and break through the shackles of heaven and earth and the suppression of the great Tao. This was definitely going to be extremely difficult. This was because the creation of any Tao technique required a cultivator to accumulate experience over a long period of time and countless years of study, as well as an understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth. This was especially true for heaven-breaking Tao techniques. Most importantly, it had to originate from oneself and be created according to one's own characteristics. Under normal circumstances, it would naturally be extremely difficult for him to create a heaven-breaking Tao technique that belonged to him alone in a short period of time. After all, even Situ Wu, Zhou Gutong, and other veteran Supreme Realm cultivators who had been in the Supreme Realm for hundreds and thousands of years had not been able to create a heaven-breaking Tao technique, let alone him. However, it should not be forgotten that not only did he have the stats panel that could activate the enlightenment period, but he also had the Book of Great Tao that could deduce everything. This would definitely greatly increase his efficiency in creating heaven-breaking Tao techniques. When he thought of this, he activated the enlightenment period and could not help but take out the Book of Great Tao again. Activating the Book of Great Tao consumed a large amount of energy every minute and every second. Previously, Ziyue had created the Grand Yuan Spirit True Classic because of the auspicious signs of heaven and earth descending and continuously replenishing his energy. Otherwise, even with Ziyue's wealth, he would not be able to bear it and would be completely depleted. This time, he needed to create a heaven-breaking Tao technique that belonged to him alone, and he needed to borrow the power of the Book of Great Tao. Naturally, he was prepared to consume a large amount of spirit stones. Buzz! A large pile of spirit stones was quickly moved out of the northern underworld grotto heaven. Then, with a thought, he directly crushed them. Pure and rich energy essence instantly spread out and was immediately devoured by the Book of Great Tao, turning into nourishment. At the same time, on the Book of Great Tao, 3,000 great Taos circulated and endless Tao laws manifested. They were all clearly visible to Ziyue. Even Jiang Taishu, Fan Xingyu, Master Jingxin, True Supremacy Mo Fan, and the others clearly felt the Tao laws between heaven and earth at this moment. At this moment, they were incomparably thick and almost clearly visible. Opportunity! Opportunity! This moment, to them, could be considered a supreme opportunity. It was a great opportunity. As if they were blessed, none of them dared to hesitate. They all gathered their thoughts and instantly entered into cultivation. They hungrily absorbed, digested, and sensed the power and changes of the Tao laws between heaven and earth. Chapter 807. After summoning the Book of the Tao, Ziyue did not stop. He hesitated for a moment and waved his hand. Boom! The void shook and a golden pagoda appeared. Kunwu Golden Pagoda. It was the superior spiritual treasure, Kunwu Golden Pagoda. When Ziyue summoned the Kunwu Golden Pagoda, he glanced at Fan Xingyu, Jiang Taixian, Master Jingxin, Mo Fan, and the others. Fan Xingyu, in particular, had a peaceful look on her face. She was immersed in sensing the manifestation of the heavens and earth and began to cultivate continuously. From time to time, she would flip her hand and a jade bottle would appear. Inside the jade bottle, there was a special liquid that she would absorb and fill her body. The liquid in the jade bottle was the Moonlight True Liquid that Ziyue had exchanged from the sect master of the Celestial Spirit sect, Zhou Gutong. The Moonlight True Liquid not only had the effect of purifying one's body and stabilizing one's realm, but it also nourished one's body and soul. It was the best treasure that a God Realm cultivator could use before breaking through. The reason why Ziyue had exchanged for the Moonlight True Liquid that was not very useful to him was because of Fan Xingyu. He wanted to lay a supreme foundation for her and create another Ziji golden core for her. Although it was difficult, he was willing to give it a try. Seeing this, he finally moved everyone, including Fan Xingyu, into the Kunwu Golden Pagoda. To be exact, they were in the Law Cultivation Room inside the Kunwu Golden Pagoda. The Law Cultivation Room was extremely useful for a cultivator's cultivation. It could also play an unimaginable role in his creation and deduction of heaven-breaking Tao spells. Another pile of spirit stones was piled up and the Law Cultivation Room was officially activated. Instantly, the power of the heavens and earth that had been clearly imprinted by the Book of the Tao became more obvious and rich. The mysteries of the heavens and earth that were originally difficult to understand and the mysteries of the heavens and earth were clearly revealed in front of everyone at this moment. Ziyue also immersed himself in the next moment and began to think carefully about the possibility of creating heaven-breaking Tao spells. In fact, Supreme Tao spells are all heaven-breaking Tao spells. For example, Heart Sword, True Dragon Profound Armor Technique, 9 thunderbolts, God-destroying seal, and even 5,000 miles in a breath. All of these Tao techniques could be counted as heaven-breaking Tao techniques. However, these Tao techniques could only be unleashed in the hands of their creators. Only then would they be able to unleash the power of creation and transcendence. As for me, even if I can improve these techniques to perfection with the number of acupoints I have ignited, the foundation of my great Tao, and so on, I can control these techniques and unleash their full power. However, these techniques are not created by me, so it is difficult for me to fully unleash my advantages. These techniques might be other people's Heaven Breaker Tao techniques, but they aren't mine. Inside the law cultivation room, Ziyue suddenly had an epiphany. This was because these techniques were indeed extremely powerful, far surpassing ordinary Tao techniques. In his opinion, each of the supreme Tao spells he cultivated was extremely powerful, far surpassing ordinary Tao techniques. Perhaps they were the heaven-breaking Tao spells that spirit-severing true venerate and other spirit-severing true venerate had used to break free from the shackles of heaven and earth and suppress the great Tao when they were in the extreme realm. However, these techniques might be able to unleash the power of spirit-severing true venerate and the others perfectly, but they still couldn't unleash his full power. His foundation was much stronger than spirit-severing true venerate and other spirit-severing true venerate. Therefore, the difficulty of creating his heaven-breaking Tao spells would naturally be greater, and the power contained in them would definitely be greater. Then, how should I create my heaven-breaking Tao spells? Ziyue was confused for a moment. Ordinary Tao spells always had their own characteristics. For example, Heartsword used the mind to control the sword. Where the mind was, the sword would be where the mind was. True Dragon Profound Armor Technique used the armor to transform into the shape of a dragon and enhance the user's defense. Traveling 1,000 miles in an instant relied on speed. It focused on the fusion of the spirit and the body, merging with heaven and earth, and traversing 1,000 miles in an instant. 9 Thunder God-destroying seal used the Thunder Seal to destroy the primordial spirit. Where the Thunder Seal reached, the primordial spirit would be destroyed. There was also the Metamagnetic Divine Light and 9 Extinction Divine Sword. They all had their own characteristics and were extremely powerful. In comparison, if he wanted to create his own Tao spells, he had to grasp this point and combine it with his own characteristics. What are my characteristics? Is it the physical body and the primordial spirit that complement each other? Or is it the golden primordial spirit that is born naturally? Ziyue muttered to himself, and then he quickly thought of the ultimate attack that Situ Wu, the sect master of the Myriad Phenomenon sect, had used. That attack not only contained the power of Tao spells, but also a primordial spirit attack. The combination of the two not only complemented each other, but also posed a great threat to cultivators. This was because ordinary defensive techniques, even if they could defend against Tao spells, were often helpless against primordial spirit attacks. Even if they could defend against primordial spirit attacks, they would pale in comparison to Tao spells. There might be defensive techniques that could completely defend against soul and material attacks, but they were definitely extremely rare and powerful. For example, Ziyue's True Dragon Profound Armor Technique was at most effective against material attacks, but was almost useless against primordial spirit defense. This was a supreme Tao spell that was secretly passed down in the Dragon Clan. One could imagine that other defensive techniques would be even rarer. Therefore, Ziyue quickly thought of whether he should use this line of thought to create his own heaven-breaking Tao spells. Actually, he had experimented before and discovered that he could only use the true Marshal's Great Palm imprint when he used an early form of the soul attacking technique. That was the only way he could use it. Now that he was actually creating the technique, after careful analysis, he immediately discovered the reason behind it. A cultivator's primordial spirit is a very mysterious existence. It naturally contains a unique fluctuation that belongs to a person. If I want to add the profoundness of a primordial spirit attack to a normal material attack, I have to combine this special fluctuation with the material attack method. Only then can the two rely on each other and coexist and be effective. Ziyue combined the true martial grand palm seal and quickly came up with an idea. One by one, the laws of heaven and earth and the profoundness of Tao spells flashed through his mind. All sorts of wonderful ideas and endless applications seemed to come at his fingertips, and he skillfully grasped them. Almost in the blink of an eye, a Tao spell was created by him. Bai Ziyue did not try to come up with a heaven-breaking Tao technique right away. If it was really that easy, so many extreme realm experts would not have been trapped for hundreds and thousands of years. Therefore, he started with the simplest Tao spell. With his foundation, the time spent comprehending the Tao, the Book of the Great Tao, and the support of the nomological cultivation room, it was extremely easy to create a Tao spell. After creating the Tao spell, he quickly combined the primordial spirit fluctuations with it, again and again, little by little. This was actually a process of continuous accumulation and trial. It required a lot of patience and a lot of hard work. Fortunately, with his methods, once the fusion failed, he would be able to discover the key to the problem in an instant. He would change his mind in time and try again. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Soon, the pile of spirit stones was exhausted, and Ziyue took out another pile. Tao spells, mystical abilities, great mystical abilities. Ziyue also created various offensive methods along the way. With a deep foundation and the support of various auxiliary methods, his advancement was extremely fast. It was only when his offensive methods were upgraded to great mystical abilities that it became a little more difficult. When the primordial spirit fluctuations were compatible with a Tao spell, they would often separate due to a slight change in the primordial energy. However, Ziyue was not in a hurry. He had long known that this required a long process of trial and error. As long as the framework was set up in the early stages, the later stages would be much simpler. In a short period of time, from Tao spells to great mystical abilities, it was equivalent to saving countless cultivators nearly 100 years of hard work. Wait, something seems wrong. Suddenly, Ziyue frowned. He suddenly felt that the Tao spell that he had created was not compatible with him. This was not because it was not compatible with the power of his primordial spirit, nor was it because of the primordial spirit fluctuations. It was because of his physical body. His powerful physique gave him unparalleled power. Naturally, it also gave birth to a power that was unique to his physical body. Every move of his contained great power. At this moment, this slight disharmony was caused by the powerful energy fluctuations in his body. Yes, my physical body and primordial spirit complement each other. If the Tao spell that I create does not use my physical body, it will be difficult for me to unleash my full strength. Therefore, my heaven-breaking Tao spell will definitely be different from Sita Wu's. Not only does it contain the material attack of the Tao spell, but it also has to contain the physical attack of the primordial spirit. A trace of understanding flashed through Ziyue's mind. He quickly followed the advice and began to try again. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, Tao, spell level, mystique level, great mystique level. Ziyue continued to try and make mistakes. Perhaps it was because of the combination of 3 powers, but the efficiency was many times slower and more difficult than he had imagined. It's not that easy to create a heaven-breaking Tao spell. After a long time, Ziyue opened his eyes and could not help but sigh. In the past few hours, Ziyue had spent a large number of spirit stones, with the help of the Book of the Great Tao, the Precept Cultivation Room, and continued to use the time of enlightenment. However, in the end, he had not truly created a heaven-breaking Tao spell. The only thing that satisfied him was that he had finally completely deduced this Tao spell to the level of a Tao spell. Although it had not truly taken shape, at least a framework had been built and the embryonic form had been formed. Not only does this embryonic form of the heaven-breaking Tao spell contain a material attack, a primordial spirit attack, and a physical attack of the chi of the primordial spirit. Moreover, the combination of the three seems to have triggered a special transformation, which then transformed into a special force. Ziyue pondered and finally became excited. Even though he knew that this embryonic form of the heaven-breaking Tao spell still needed a long time to deduce and create it, at least in terms of percentage progress, he was only at the 10% level now. Moreover, the deduction later would be even more difficult. However, it had truly allowed him to see the hope of success. He was no longer at a loss like before and did not know how to proceed to the next step of the deduction. It's a pity that there's not enough time. Moreover, maintaining the Book of the Great Tao and the Precept Cultivation Room for such a long time consumes too much energy. Even I can't bear it. Ziyue shook his head helplessly and sighed. Several hours of deduction and creation, especially the maintenance of the Great Tao Scripture and the Law's Cultivation Room, required a vast amount of energy to support them. The consumption was too great, like a bottomless pit. Even though he had accumulated a lot of spirit stones along the way, he still found it a little hard to bear. This was why he gradually stopped after consuming nearly half of his spirit stones. This was because he knew that with his current spirit stone reserves, even if he exhausted them all, it was simply not enough to completely deduce this heaven-breaking Tao spell. Perhaps I can only wait until the Great Mountain Protection Formation is completed and borrow the spirit chi power of the entire grade 5 high-tier spirit vein to supply the Book of the Great Tao and the Precept Cultivation Room. Ziyue calculated and was also clear about the difference between the support of an individual and the maintenance of a spirit vein. The spirit stones of heaven and earth in a spirit vein were integrated with the entire world. As long as the spirit vein did not decline, the spirit chi would be endless. The abundance of spirit stones would far exceed that of him alone. Naturally, it could maintain the continuous consumption of the Book of the Great Tao and the Precept Cultivation Room. And he also estimated that at that time, with the help of the endless supply of energy, he would definitely be able to create the heaven-breaking Tao spell without interruption. As such, he was not in a hurry. Even if he urgently wanted to break free from the shackles of heaven and earth and the suppression of the Great Tao to unleash his perfect attack. But with his strength, he was not worried that anyone would be able to threaten him in the short term. Even if someone were to come knocking on his door, they would not be able to escape from his strong suppression. As Ziyue stopped creating, Fan Xingyu and the others, who had been immersed in their cultivation, gradually woke up. Then, their faces lit up with excitement. It was obvious that they had gained a lot and had made significant progress. For example, True Venerate Mo Fan had already reached the peak of the mid-stage of the Primordial Soul Realm and could advance to the late stage of the Primordial Soul Realm at any time. But this step was like a heavenly strike that had trapped him for more than 100 years. And at this moment, because the Book of the Great Tao had evolved the laws of heaven and earth, under the special effect of the Precept Cultivation Room, there was finally a slight loosening. Even if he had not completely broken through and stepped into the late stage of the Primordial Soul Realm, there was already hope. It would not be long before he advanced and became a late-stage Primordial Soul Realm cultivator. As for Master Calm Heart and Jiang Taixian, both of them had also gained a lot. Among them, Master Calm Heart had already reached the peak of the Golden Core Realm. Although he had not been able to make a breakthrough this time, it had strengthened his Tao heart and allowed him to understand the foundation of the Great Tao. It would be extremely beneficial for his primordial soul tribulation in the future. In his opinion, this opportunity would at least increase his chances of successfully passing the tribulation by 50%. If he accumulated it for a period of time, his chances of passing the tribulation would be even greater. How important was this to him, who had no hope of reaching the primordial soul realm? It also made him extremely grateful to Ziyue. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.